Good morning, everybody. I'm actually on time today, maybe? I don't know. I clicked the stream button before 8 a.m. Maybe that'll be good enough for YouTube's algorithm today. We'll see. Projected RTB is the 25th, I think. So we've got 2 days to screw around here. And that was more for the kale than it was for the... I'm not too worried about the generators, but I am worried about the kale. So we'll keep that in mind. Everything over here is sports car stuff. I'm going to bring the fire truck over to the van because I think the van is going to be mostly a donor vehicle for it. We get started with a little bit of vehicle work here. Steel sheets, I think. like that, it looks pretty again. Ooh, this is a big gas tank in this one, and it is almost full. That's perfect. That just means I need to empty it to transfer it. That's one of the reasons we stockpile our gas cans. That's a 4 out of 5 there. We'll put 2 in the Corvette here because it's been starving. I can move it. Now this is, because it's a big gas can, or a big gas tank, I actually will go ahead and slap a repair on it too. Whenever it's not a big gas tank, it doesn't necessarily feel worth a repair unless it's like almost broken. But a big gas tank, when you repair it, you get a lot more out of the repair. The higher integrity gives you a lot more storage proportionally. Now the we're gonna use a different donor vehicle here. I swear to God, if my iPhone keeps giving me prompts right now, I'm gonna shut the damn thing off. Supposed to be on call today, but Apple's making it very difficult this morning. But yeah, we're gonna do some parts from this one, I think. Yes, this one's got good tires. Hey, Hassan, how's it going? We're doing all right. Just getting warmed up with some vehicle work today. Yes, absolutely. I didn't want to like put the that would have been I would have made the video very long if I made it so that I showed everything that I went through to make sure that it wasn't okay. Should just put a note at the end to say that I was 100% correct when I said that we were good. Because as soon as I saw that sickness mood will go away, that's when I knew for sure. I was not sure of myself at the time. I should have trusted myself because, you know, when you get infected in this game, infection increases. I mean, especially for somebody with the trait that I have. I have what is it? Prone to illness. Yeah, when I have prone to illness, that means you get zombified very quickly if you're infected. So you actually know, you know within a day or so, tops. If you are infected, the sickness moodle will never go away after you get it. So the fact that it went away, we are good. That's kind of funny. That's an exact fit. 129 and a 130 encumbrance in the trunk to take all these extra parts off of it. It should be a lot higher than that. Well, actually, I think the best we could get out of a D6 truck normally should be like 150 something, I think, as organized. Yeah, whatever. This thing has got some really nice seats in it. Like, some of these seats are so nice, they're probably better than what I have in my ambulance. That's unacceptable. Yeah. I've got a 92 and an 84 back here. Let's fix that. My ambulance deserves the best of whatever it has. I don't think seats actually do anything currently. Like the condition of the seats, like if it's high, I don't think it does anything. If it's low, I don't think it does anything. In my humble opinion, it should affect discomfort. But I don't think it does. I don't know if it does. perhaps if it's a low condition seat, maybe you actually do get uncomfortable. But I know for a fact that even if it's high condition, you still get uncomfortable, so. Just for the sake of having really pretty big numbers, I'm gonna put the best of the best in my ambulance. It's the one silver lining to these Franklin Volines with 6 seats in them, is if you happen to get a really good one, then there's 6 really good seats. Put those in other vehicles. No, it's not. Make sure to boil it first. So if you get rainwater, it's going to say tainted. And that's the same as, that would be the same as like going to the river and filling something up. For example, if I look at one of these buckets that just get filled up with rainwater, you'll see that it says tainted at the very bottom there in really small red text. And it'll have the little green skull next to the icon. That just means you want to boil it before drinking it. 84% on that battery. So we're definitely taking the tires off of Southeastern Painting. It doesn't look like we've got any performance brakes down here. Maybe on Fossoil. I haven't checked Fossoil yet. Nothing to write home about here. I will take the window, though. Yeah, there's literally nothing on this side. And that's it. My iPhone is getting turned off. Or not, just not turned off. I'm just not going to look at the screen. Apple is so fucking desperate for me to do certain things. They just keep sending me notifications over and over and over again. Tiresome. So we are taking the battery from Southeastern Painting. I also want Southeastern Painting to be mostly intact because I do want to. I'm probably going to use it as logistics, or at least that's what I'm thinking about using it for. I don't know if I'll actually get around to that. Alright, so that means we are doing all brakes and all suspensions from the Franklin Volume. Wait a minute, before I make that commitment, what does Fossoil have? Just all regular brakes. Performance tires, though. Okay. I do want basically everything on this lot. I want to put all the best parts on the fire truck, because the fire truck is the best thing available to me. That's not going to be my ambulance. Okay. Everybody here has got regular brakes. I guess performance brakes are an illusion. Okay, so the 4 best tires on my lot are going onto the fire truck. All the mid tires are getting put back on the ones that are actually in parking spots. And with that, once I get these tires pumped, we will have a fire truck. This will be the highest engine quality fire truck that I've found on the map yet. And I've found quite a few. I think I found a total of like 6 fire trucks. And this one, from the very start, this one was the best one. It was here in Irvington, and trying to recover a fire truck from Irvington has always been a high ask for me. I've never been a fan of Irvington, and I hate it even more now that I've actually been here for a while, but it is our sacred duty to explore things here. Oh, Irvington Speedway Garage. I didn't say that earlier. So yes, that is. We actually went there early game, but we did not fully explore it, and we weren't able to fight our way into the garages. There's probably a race car or two in there. Unfortunately, we did not actually see one. So that's something that's on the agenda. I don't know if we'll get to it today. But before we leave Irvington for good, we will definitely see if we can locate one of those. No, there's no helicopters in this game. Except for the ones that make noise, but without ever seeing them. So without using any light bar repairs and without any engine repairs, we're up at 78%. I feel like if we get our engine up and running, we'll probably be about 80% total. But that's going to require some engine parts, which I only have 2 left after going around and repairing the Corvettes. I'm going to go ahead and take the fire truck over to this other lot where we'll probably, I think we can harvest a few engine parts from these guys. Oh yes, that is what I'm currently working on. This is not necessarily for exploration, although, no, I would use the ambulance for exploration. This is, the fire truck is mostly going to be for bombing. I predict we'll have to do some bombing runs while we're here in Irvington, at least 1 or 2. And that will be the purpose of the fire truck. It's especially appropriate because we're going to be using aerosol can bombs, which produce fire. So the fire truck will be going around and starting fires for maximum irony. This thing's actually got a pretty nice front right window. I'm going to steal that. And the muffler is better than what I already put on there. I did see one Zed up north there. I can't let myself get too off guard. Well, yeah, Hassan, that's what I'm talking about with, you saw me do my last bombing run. My last bombing run where I lured all the zombies out into the field with the fire truck, and, well, actually, I used the ambulance for that. That was not smart. I should not have used the ambulance when I did that. Because whenever you're doing whenever I use the tactics that I use for bombing, that results in a high chance of zombies, running into your vehicle. And I don't like it when zombies run into my ambulance, because my ambulance is supposed to be for, I don't want the trunk to take too much damage, and it's very easy to damage the trunk of an ambulance. It's one of its only weak points. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Okay, this is not just the best fire truck I've found on the map. This is better than most of my other ambulances. The engine quality is 97. I thought it was the high 80s. That's fantastic. Okay, so if you're not familiar, engine quality. I'm not talking about condition. That's the green number down here. Quality is this number up here you can't see unless you click on engine. Engine quality determines how often the vehicle will fail to start. So at 97 engine quality, this vehicle should only have a 3% chance to fail to start before you add in environmental factors. There's some stupid environmental factors, like if it's cold, there's an increased chance for it to fail to start and shit like that. But I'm talking about the baseline. The baseline chance is 3%. And my prediction was correct. We're about 80% overall condition now. If we actually loot the fire department, we'll probably find some, we'll probably find a light bar or two. I'm going to kill my neighbor here. My character is actually quite tired. I'm not going to bloody up this fire truck that I just went through the effort of repairing, but I will shoot this zombie. Yeah, great. Just got a email from the DMV. I don't think that means I have to do anything. Not today, at least. So now that I have a bombing vehicle, all that's left is to actually have some bombs. Blue bag is for bombs. We've got no bombs, not currently. But we've got materials for 2 that we could immediately build, and then 3 that we could build after minimal searching. Oh, we don't have a mortar and pestle. That's interesting. We could make one. That would be a bit of effort, though. I should be carrying around a mortar and pestle in my duffel bag here. Good to know. I cannot make a aerosol can bomb without it. So, bombing operations are slightly delayed. We harvested enough engine parts that I can upgrade all of these guys here if I haven't already. I've upgraded them already. Sweet. So we've got spare engine parts. We'll just call that preparation for to have a sports car, or whatchamacallit, preparation for having a race car. And I'm going to use the black duffel bag that I found for storing engine parts. Alright, 2100 hours, we burned an entire day on vehicle work. That's okay, but that means we need to cook to get ready for tomorrow. Actually, we're good on cooking. I mean, we got our meal right there. The only question is... we're currently at 80 kilo and we're still putting on weight, and we're in rapid weight gain. So I don't have to think too much about weight gain for tomorrow, because tomorrow we've got another chunky stir fry that we're going to eat here. These spare vehicle parts here. An 89% window from that other van. Is that good enough for my ambulance? It is. Ambulance always gets the best stuff. Remember that your front left window is your driver's side window. And that's the first thing zombies attack if they try to get to you in a vehicle. So if you have the discretion, always put the best driver's side window on your best vehicle. Just for reasons. Might thank me for that someday. I actually do not think zombies, I've never tried, to be honest, because I don't make a habit of letting zombies try to get to me. I've never seen a zombie try to come at you through the windshield or through the passenger side door. I'm not saying it's not possible, I'm just saying I've never seen it happen. It's 21:30, it's a little early for bed. I would do laundry if I had any water, but we haven't had any rain. Yeah, we've got like 18 liters of water up here. That would not do enough for a laundry run. Although I can toss some of the rainwater out here. I got these buckets out here. Most of this is for car wash, but I don't really care about what I use it for. The rainwater that gets caught in these buckets is just for whatever I need it for. Honestly, this should be more than enough for a load of laundry. Remember that the washing machine uses water more efficiently for washing purposes than you can ever use it by hand. One thing I don't want to do is put all my clothes in the wash and then have to run around barefoot. I think I have some spare boots. I'd better have some spare boots somewhere. I always have spare boots. It's a habit. Spare socks, that doesn't count. Yeah, whatever. I'll survive. You know what? I'm just going to minimize the amount of time that I have to be walking on the floor. I'll drive to my own washing machine. Forgot that my pinball machine was there. That's not good. I don't care about my weapons. Perfect. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure it does. I don't see any reason to think it wouldn't. All I can tell you is that I had less than 100 liters of water in the rain barrel up there, and even if it used up all, I don't know, something like probably 60 liters. Even if it used up all 60 liters, that is probably less than half of what it would take to wash all of my clothes. Because I know regularly I try to wash my clothes in a like a bathtub, for example, and bathtubs have 100 liters, and 100 liters usually isn't enough to hand wash all of my clothes. Let's put the fire truck right here until we're ready for bombing operations. I have not looked at the code on that, so I find it interesting because you're not the first person to have asked that, and that makes me wonder if that may mean that I'm off on that, because I've been wrong on strange things before in this game. Don't let the fact that I've played it for 28 hours, 2,800 hours mean anything. There are still billions of things about this game that have completely eluded me. Nuance, mostly. Been a little while since I've been off on the fundamentals. Thankfully. Oh, there's still water in this sink here. Ah, the watermelons have gone stale. Okay, that's an important milestone. I had no idea how long they would last. It's been about a month and a half, I think. Yeah, something like that. It was July-ish that we harvested them. So, what does that mean? That means I can drastically reduce my fridge usage. Yep. Gotcha. Oh, okay, so only those watermelons went stale. Okay. I'm not sure why the difference is there, but I'll have to monitor these. That is so stupid. Jarred vegetables going stale in 60 days. Unbelievable. Wow, that is stupid. Anyway, I'm just gonna collect seeds from these watermelons. Oh yeah, Nora's okay. Nora is quite okay. We were 100% correct when we surmised that the moment that sickness modal went away, we were good. Now, I would say that if it was the case that, let's just say that everything was 100% dirty and bloody, that may mean that it uses 100, but it definitely... Okay, now here's the thing. Let's check and see if there's any left. Let's check and see if there's any left, because then we can say that... Okay, there is no water left. So it used all of the water available, which was something like 60 liters. All of the clothes got clean, but you may be correct in saying that it uses 100 water each time, but will... Maybe in that case, maybe washers actually are not as efficient unless you carefully control how much water you put into the water container. Interesting. I mean, I haven't experimented with it enough. Usually by the time I wash clothes, it's usually because I've built enough rain barrels that I don't care anymore. So I don't even pay attention. But that is something that I would very much like to know just for the sake of knowledge. So we're a little closer to figuring that out, because it used all 60 liters of water available, and everything appears to be clean. None of these have any dirty or bloody left on them. The amount of clothing that it washed was definitely more than I could have done with 100 liters by hand. So I do still think I'm 100% on the money by saying it's more efficient, but it might not be more efficient in the long term if all you do is just keep washing things with 100 liters available every time. That might not be as efficient. But that was a successful overnight task. Let us get our second sleep in, and we are ready for a start of exploration tomorrow. Now, when I say that those watermelons went stale, what I'm referring to specifically are watermelons that were only refrigerated, as opposed to watermelons that went into the freezer. I think the watermelons that I'm keeping in freezers are A-okay for quite a while. At least that's what I think. We'll find out. We will absolutely find out. When I was on Nora, when I was on Annie, my previous character, we had a lot of stuff that was in a freezer go bad for a reason that I never quite figured out. Something to do with it getting transported, or maybe the generator running out of energy. Even though we never really had it run out of energy. I don't know. It was. I never figured it out. Basically, I had trash bags full of stuff that I was moving around with me on Annie, and at one point, the entire trash bag went rotten, and there was no reason that it should have done that. But watermelons were included in that bag of things, so... In theory, watermelons, I think, are right up there with cabbages in terms of having a pretty short shelf life as far as things the player can grow. So it's the 24th. It is August 24th. Our projected RTB is the 25th, and we don't want to push the envelope with our projected RTB this time, because this time it's not the generators that's bringing us back. It's the kale. I want to harvest the kale. Kale is one of the most efficient crops to grow. Kale and potatoes, in my opinion, are the best crops. Kale is just really, really good. It's high calorie, and you can harvest one plant multiple times throughout the year. Potatoes have a very long shelf life. So those two crops, I would, if anybody only has a few things that they could grow, I would pick kale and potatoes every time. But because of that, the kale will be blooming when we get back. And we cannot let it bloom for longer than a day or two, as I have discovered. Kale will go rotten very quickly if you let it get to the blooming phase, but fail to harvest it promptly. Yeah. See, right now, what I do, actually, is whenever I loot a piece of clothing from a zombie that I kind of might want to use for cosmetic purposes someday, I just put it straight into the laundry machine, and I don't actually run it until it's close to being full. for you. There were a few others up here. Anybody who was in the woods, I prefer they come out now, so I can keep this road as clear as I can. Oh, you know what? Okay, here's the first order of business for today. We're gonna clear the road up to the gas station, and then we're gonna come back to base real quick. We're gonna tow the Corvette. We're gonna use the Corvette to tow the fire truck up to the gas station. We're gonna refuel both of them. Yes, that gas station. The gas station that almost got me killed. I can't blame the gas station that much. It was me that almost got me killed. But the gas station did not help. I mentioned this in the pinned comment on that video that the standalone video, the incident that we had there. The buck stops with me, right? I was the one who should have looked through every nook and cranny of the area before I started. Let me take a step back and kind of explain that situation. So I posted a standalone video on my channel of something that happened very recently in this character's life, where this gas station up here, we fired up the generator, and a zombie came at me sooner than I was expecting. Right when I fired up the generator, I kind of alluded to this when I said it. I said we'll just have to see what happens. There was a zombie a lot closer than I was anticipating. I had a feeling that there would be quite a few zombies coming eventually, which is exactly what happened. But this asshole right here, the only one that I killed in the middle of the road here, this asshole came around front. He came around front right here, and when he was like right here in front of the pumps, I still couldn't see him. So when I'm right here trying to start the generator, he just comes right around here, and he's already grabbing me. There's a lot of things I can blame for that, and at the end of the day, I'm the one who didn't see him when I was doing my initial sweep. But there was some other bullshit at play there. And speaking of bullshit, I saw another zombie. There you are. Come on over there. I shan't let this gas station fuck with me again. Alright, head up. That. Okay. Surprisingly intact for a zombie. But yeah, we won't be making the same mistake again with the generator. I mean, look at all this. We cleared this area many times, but I guess I should say this is probably the most infested part of South Irvington. In the northwestish side of town, there is there's a large mall, but it's kind of off-site from the rest of the town. So if you're not counting the mall, this is probably the most heavily infested site in Irvington proper. Right, yeah. I think the thing that really got me the most was that I couldn't hear his footsteps. I could complain so many things about not being able to see him on the other side of a pump. But the fact that there could be a zombie walking around on the other side of this pump right now, and I wouldn't be able to hear his footsteps. That, to me, is mind-boggling. I went over that footage multiple times when I edited that video, and we did not get any footsteps. There were no footsteps. Now that probably sounds like a subtle thing, right? Can you really hear footsteps like that? Yes, you can. If you attune your hearing to it, and you don't have any hearing problems, grind your hearing hard enough, you will start to hear footsteps everywhere. Long before you actually see the zombies. But anyway, I've been paranoid about it long enough. Let us move up a little bit. We're gonna have to shoot a few zombies that are in the road up here, because otherwise these guys will roll up when we get the generator out. I would prefer to do weapons discharge in this direction. You know, I might just lure them in this direction for now. Yeah, I'm just gonna lure that group in this direction. Yeah. The latest version is 42.13 introduced a new breed of zombie. Some of the most dangerous types of zombies I've ever seen. I've kind of gotten used to them at this point, but they are still some of the most dangerous. It's a zombie that does not make any noise when they start lunging. The one who nabbed our hand at the gas station, I don't know. He might have been one of those. I can't remember. He didn't... Okay, so I don't know if this was because of the gas pump. It did not sound like he made an initial noise when he lunged. He did make a noise subsequently after he was basically already on us. And it was a lunging noise. So I don't know if I can classify him as one of the ones who don't make any lunging noises at all. But there are ones like that now. There are zombies who don't make any noise at all when lunging. And it's actually... And I can't tell if I can't tell if the devs intended for that or not. It might be just a glitch. But it's been unaddressed for all of 42.13 since multiplayer came out. So if it is a glitch, just like with the vehicle trunks, I assume that I should have showed you guys. This guy was one of them. He made no noise when he lunged at me. You saw him put his hands out. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. All we had were his footsteps. Extremely dangerous because I'm conditioned to tell that they're. You hear this guy. You heard that lunge noise. You hear this one. You hear that. That's a very obvious noise right there that she just made. That is a very obvious noise. That is a vocal telegraph. The players, I mean, everybody who's been playing this game for a long period of time will have subconsciously or consciously conditioned themselves to listen for that. That one right there, that's a lunge noise. The fact that some zombies don't play that now make them pretty dangerous. I don't think I've had a zombie dream yet that actually includes full-on noises. I have had dreams of movement, if that makes sense. Like, you see how this zombie is moving? You see the way it shambles? I have had dreams where I see shapes of things moving like that, and that, especially when there's lots of movement patterns in that same vein. This is close enough to the gas station. I'm gonna want to wipe these guys out. So much for leveling any weapons. I should just stick the sword. I've told myself 20 times that I would clear this wreck here. Maybe I'll say it for the 21st time. In my defense, there is a lot of distractions up here. One of our secondary targets here is the Pharma-Hug. If there was going to be a mortar and pestle in the local area, it would probably be up there. Mortar and pestle is what I want to get. I mentioned this earlier. That's the only thing that's holding me back from making aerosol can bombs, of which we may need a couple. This mail van right here, I looted it in the first couple of weeks. I never looked at the parts, I don't think. That's not bad. Holy shit, that's... Okay, we've got another donor part vehicle. If not just a straight up key. I mean, look at that. Look at that. There's some good seats in this town. Okay. Yeah, we'll take this one back with us eventually. Not right now, but eventually. Ooh, you can detonate in your feet? Yes, you can craft a mortar and pestle. I don't have any pottery infrastructure down here. I also would have no idea where to look to get clay down here. I would need 20 clay for a kiln, and then I would need a few extra clay to actually sculpt the thing itself. That is a lot of work. I would sooner go back to Muldraw than do all that right now. Door? Window. Speaking of window. Let's get the sledgehammer. There's a security door back there. Lake just north of the Speedway. Cool. Okay. That is good to know, because I remember looking at the map around Irvington and being like, wow, there's not a lot of water source options. I'm going to focus mostly on first aid supplies here. I mean, it's the Pharma-Hug, but the Pharma-Hugs are actually kind of like a CVS. It's like both a general store and medical-related stuff. Hair dye, too. I almost forgot. Hair dye, I'm no longer concerned with anything but the rare colors. Dark Wallow Lake. Interesting. Oh, is that to the south? Is that huge joint to the south? Like on the road like on the far south road, the last road that goes down the south side of the map? Because, I think I know that area. That's probably actually closer to our base in terms of, where we've chosen to set up there in Masjid Fatco. No mortar and pestle back here. Let's try. This is going to be an interesting situation. Looking through this security door, I can't tell if there's somebody in the back. What I'm going to do is, instead of the security door, I'm going to sledge this wall right here. Whenever I do that, whenever I sledgehammer a wall that I'm not 100% sure what's on the other side of it, my thumb is always hovering over the space bar so that I am ready to push if the situation calls for it. Oh, we're not going to be able to... So I can pick up this phone, but I can't pick up the table because there's something else on it. So I actually can't get in that way unless I destroy the table. So we're doing a second sledging, and I'm just gonna do the door. That would be a fair amount of clay. If it would be... Yeah, at that lake, that's a pretty big lake. Sounded like we had somebody on the security door in the back there. Oh, that's probably just the back door to the building itself. I'm not concerned about that, I don't think. A lot of soda for being behind the shelf. Funny. Alright, no such luck. No mortar and pestle here. That's alright. I'll just remember to bring them back from Riverside, because we're going back to Riverside tomorrow. Yeah, this is like a Pharma-Hug. Pharma-Hug being like standard for CVS or whatever. I have not, no. I don't usually do schools. I don't usually do schools in mid to late game unless I need glue. Right now I've got plenty of glue. I have not ruled out doing the school here just for completion purposes because I've not yet done... Basically, Irvington is a lot of unexplored territory for me. Like, I've explored it, I've seen it from the outside, but I've never actually, like, gone building the building in Irvington, so just for the sake of actually experiencing everything, I may actually do everything here up to and including the school. But I would not have a specific target. There would just be things like, you know, oh yeah, I could use more of that. I don't ever go into a school expecting to find anything other than possibly a chance at some glue and level 1 through 3 skill books. I know it's possible to get 4s. I can't tell you the last time, if ever, that I've seen a level 5 book at a school. I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm gonna do a thing. It won't take too much effort, and it will possibly help me get ahead of other situations like the one I ran into yesterday. Hello, hello. Schools are definitely full of lots of electrical stuff. Oh yeah, the trunk of the fire truck is still full of garbage. I'm just gonna toss that on the ground here. I'm gonna take some crates with me, because I'm gonna use some crates to block the no more zombies coming through the no more zombies coming through in between the pumps. No more of that nonsense. Crate of crates is over here. Now, if you put crates down now, zombies will just attack them, and that's okay. I don't mind it if they attack them. That just means that I know they're there on the other side. So we found, what we did find that was useful at the Pharma-Hug is 2 cold packs and 1 air spray. That's going to be 1 more aerosol bomb and 2 more smoke bombs. So I'm putting those straight into the bomb kit that will be going forward with us. Soda, chips, those both have their own boxes. So that is going to take care of our food for the day. But it is only halfway through the day, so I'm going to take a salad out of the freezer here. Alright, we want to refuel the fire truck and the Corvette. The Corvette is just basically a local use towing vehicle until we find a sports car, or a race car. We find a race car, that will be even better. Crafty nerfs your car dismantle yield. That's really sad. Car dismantled, whatchamacallit. Welding apart a wrecked car gives you so many materials. To only get 20 encumbrance would be a... I really should have just tried to tow it forward. This Corvette was able to tow this fire truck forward, even back when the fire truck had almost completely broken tires. So now that it's got performance tires, some of the best on the lot, fully inflated, I should have no problem towing it. But there's also, I forgot to actually inflate the tires of the Corvette itself. So here is how we're going to get ahead of another situation like what happened last time. It's not a foolproof solution, but it will just prevent zombies, at least, from coming through in between the... These out-of-gas signs actually block movement. Do they? No, they don't. I thought they blocked movement. Never mind. I'm just going to put them on the other side, then. Now, the garbage does not block movement either. Go figure. It seems arbitrary. I feel like I've seen these garbage bins block movement before. Alright, and the generator itself, as convenient as it is to have it right there, nah, we're going to move it. In fact, I'll move it a little further down here. Just to slightly reduce the amount of zombies that it will reach to the north. Alright, so we've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got a total of 5 spots that they could walk through. And we've got 4 crates to work with. That'll be close enough, I suppose. This just means that they'll attack the crates instead of going straight through. It's a small measure, but it will help me sleep at night. Take off the light on the inside column and put the sign back. Probably nothing. I mean, the whatchamacallit. The signs do not block movement over here, do they? Nah, they don't block movement at all. Oh, you know what? What does block movement is this thing. There we go. The light. Now the light is blocking this spot. I actually put that light there myself to add a little bit of illumination while I'm pumping gas, because there are no overhang lights here. Now, I don't always feel paranoid enough to do this, but here's another thing you can do to reduce the chances of a zombie surprising you while you're pumping gas. Park it so that your vehicle is blocking movement entirely from a certain direction, right? So, I think this is the correct side. I'm wrong. Okay, I was... Yeah, there it is. I forget sometimes with these trucks, but what you can do is, just park it so that zombies cannot, or the player character cannot path through an angle like this one here, right? So if I try to come in from the left, I can't. So this is not, like I said, I'm just being extra paranoid about this place. But this makes me a lot safer while pumping gas. Because the only angle of approach now is one direction. That was unintentional. There we go. We got sick just now, and that was because of the all the corpses still. This place is a war zone after all. Do I really need to make sure that the whatchamacallits, that the generators are not being overtaxed? Not really, but I'm going to. There's nowhere I can put these fridges. Okay, I'm gonna do a thing. This is, I don't know if this is what you're supposed to be able to do. I'm equipping the fridge in my hand and then using the hotkey to drop it, to drop what's in my hand. So this leaves the fridge, so I don't have to store it anywhere. But it means that it's not going to be consuming power. That was the goal. I don't want it consuming power from my pissy little blue generator out there. And I have been wanting these green counters for a little while for my kitchen. We might make it to third. Almost there. We're definitely closer than we were back when this thing had, back when the fire truck had bad tires. Of course, we could always just take the tires off. You'd think that would make it harder to tow. No. No. Right now, if you take the tires off of the vehicle, it's easier to tow than it ever would be otherwise. As, yeah. That's how this game currently works. Yeah, look at that. We're going to make it to third. Very, very slowly, though. Like we'll literally be back to base before we get there. But we're already definitively exceeding 30 miles an hour. That's the threshold you want to make, by the way, if anybody watching is not familiar. If you want to tow forward, make sure that you can go faster than 30 miles an hour. Otherwise, you are probably wasting your time and would be better off towing backwards. Because 30 miles an hour, you'll almost always make 30 if you can tow backwards. A few really weak vehicles can't tow backwards at all. The Franklin Volume with the 6 seats, but almost any other vehicle in the game can at least tow backwards. I don't know how much longer these pumpkins are going to last, so I'm going to try to get some of these into griddle pans right now. That's kind of cool. I got pumpkin seeds after I used up the last charge of those pumpkins there. So I'm not going to actually cook these stir fries yet. I'm just getting the ingredients out of the fridge and into the stir fries. That resets their, that will reset the freshness of the ingredients. The rest of these are leftovers. I'm going to toss them. The counters that we brought back with us. We're always for our kitchen here, where we've got the green furniture that will match the green counters. But I can't put them down if I've got a stupid inventory size limit there. There we go. Now I no longer need to be allocating duffel bags towards storing kitchen supplies. This duffel bag is my mobile herb supplies, and therefore will be brought forward with me. So I don't need to empty that. That needs to stay where it is. We're currently tired. We got tired at 1600 hours, which feels a little bit early. Where am I going to put that car? Which car? There's a lot of cars. I have an entire lot full of cars here. If you're talking about the black car, the sports, the Corvette, that's just going to chill here. It's going to be local use until we're done here, and then it's going to be, well, it's got a perfect engine, and I don't have a black Corvette in Riverside, so I might actually bring that back with me at some point. But that would be way in the future. For now, it's here. It stays here. It's for towing vehicles in the local area. I might. Let's see here. Everything on the floor right here, with the exception of the sledgehammer. Right? Yeah. I just need to split up what's going forward to my next base location and what's going with us back to Riverside. Okay, so this pile right here does not need to go back to Riverside. This pile right here is supposed to go back to Riverside. Difference being, this pile right here is our essentials that need to go forward with us when we decide to move to a different location for what we're doing after we finish Irvington. After we finish our operations in this side of the map, we are moving towards the military research facility. And basically this stuff here stays here until we go out for that. In fact, I picked up some boxes of garbage bags that I also want to put in that pile. I predict that for my assault on the military research facility, I'm going to build a base from scratch. And it's going to be pretty close to the military research facility. Where would I have put those boxes of garbage bags? I found 3 of the damn things. I just not empty the ambulance. I just did not empty the ambulance. That's a nuke. That's more like it. Put the loose stuff into this duffel here. We'll just call it the large form base kit. We're at stage 2 fatigue at 1900 hours, so I cannot... I was thinking about actually just doing some low-tier residential looting, but now that I'm at stage 2 fatigue, that would actually be... I would not have a very good time fighting any zombies in my current state. So I think I could just go to bed early. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and go to bed early, just so that I can be combat effective. We're gonna spend the overnight hours checking some nearby houses. It's not necessarily the houses that I'm that concerned about, but there's a few sheds and garages, like pretty close to base here, and I would like to parse for any potential generators. I think there were more zombies than were worth dealing with in this direction. Like, there's some residential in this direction. But we're getting closer to the cattle farm, and I think because we're getting closer to the cattle farm here, I think that means these residences are going to be not worth the fight. But let's survey that real quick. Oh, I remember this house. I used this house as a temporary place to sleep on Annie when we did our Irvington map exploration. Garage looks looted and trashed. Battery on the floor. Perfect sports car battery. That's relevant to my interests. I saw one Z to the north. That's more than one Z to the north. I don't think it's worth it to engage them. There's not going to be anything worth fighting for in the house. I was mostly just here to check the garage. I have nostalgia for places that I visited on Annie, but I am not that nostalgic. A night fight with a group that clustered is no fun, no matter how well armed you are. Technically speaking, I think there can be generators can spawn under these little awning things. Usually you'll see them. The last time I had that happen, I definitely saw it. There's a windowless garage. This is why we carry around a sledgehammer. There probably won't be anything of value in there, but you never know. I am always happy to take another yellow generator. Always. Cardboard boxes, too. Hey, welding rods. This has already been worth it. Every cardboard box is a chance for high-level books. You get a skill book spawn table sometimes in them. Random chance. And there's the cattle farm. There's a lot of sheep to the north right there. They're grazing. And that tells me that they have no food. So they got a lot of water but no food. I don't really think it's my responsibility to care for these things. We are very, very, very far from my base. I would not be able to bring them back with me without going out of my way. But I'm not ruling it out. I'm not opposed to having some fresh mutton. This place, if you are ever just feeling like stopping by Irvington without committing to staying for long term, always check this place, because might get some really good trailers showing up in the parking lot. In this case, only animal trailers for us. And I always find this funny. Did you know that keys can spawn for trailers? I didn't even know trailers could be locked, but apparently keys can spawn for them. Really low attention span homies right there. They never even triggered combat music, despite how close I got. Engine quality 100, go. 84. To be entirely honest, that's probably the fifth best D6 I've found, but I don't really care about a regular D6. Even if it was 100, I would take it home with me. But even if it was mid-90s, I wouldn't really care. Right now, I'm just going to grab one of these animal trailers for the sake of having one at my base. I may never use it, but that is just if I feel like any particular animal operations. Irvington has a lot of opportunities for animal ops. Really? I have never seen my ambulance struggle to tow anything. That was a pretty slow start right there. And we might bottom out now that we're in second. Something is horrifically wrong with this thing's tires. Like, the tires are that bad, I might just take them off and leave them. I mean, the tires aren't bad. They're performance tires. And they're all in great condition. The brakes are performance brakes. I don't know what's going on. None of that makes sense. This is not the first time we've seen an animal trailer have trouble towing. This is our ambulance, by the way. This is one of the most powerful engines in the game. Not the most, but close to. I have no idea what's going on with that. Bottoming out in second while towing an animal trailer. Mind-boggling. Yeah, I'll just take the tires off. YOLO. I literally have a standalone video explaining why I do this. It's called I fixed towing in Project Zomboid. It uses animal trailers as an example. Alright, all the tires are off. We're just going to carry them with us, because I feel like putting the tires back on after taking them off like that might actually fix the problem. I have no idea what the problem is, to be honest. Because other animal trailers we've had no problem whatsoever towing with our ambulance. It's just for some reason, certain trailers seem to have problems. I don't think there's anything fundamentally different about this particular animal trailer versus the others. They all look the same. But maybe they are actually different. I have no idea. I just know that for some very unusual reason, if you take the tires off, you can tow quite easily. I'm just gonna take all the parts off and put them back on again. That is, I'm gonna do the vehicular equivalent of turning it off and turning it on again. I also have no idea why brakes would be on a trailer. Or actually, I do, but this game doesn't set the precedent for it. Other trailers don't have brakes. Spiffo the Spiffo Battle Axe doesn't have brakes, nor does the regular hauling trailer. Okay, all I did was take all the parts off and put them back on again. So if this changes anything, I will find that amusing, but it will make sense to a certain degree. If this doesn't change anything, then that means there's something intrinsically different about this trailer versus others. And this is already feeling very weird. Yeah, this is feeling very weird. I feel like I'm gonna bottom out in second again. Yep. Okay, now it also could be the fact that there's just something still broken with... See, this is, again, this is exactly what happened in terms of what parts are on the trailers. This is exactly what happened in that standalone video that I made where, well, we tried to use a regular van, and we never even moved at all. Like, the thing was literally just motionless. In that case, it was all performance parts. So I wonder if just the sheer fact that this thing has performance tires is actually what's messing it up. I would be curious to figure that out. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and set aside those performance tires. And I'm just going to check the nearby standard cars. See if anything has, like, regular or old tires. I mean, otherwise, there's no point in leaving these tires on. Fruit salad for when that thaws. I'll eat that. I don't have any other standard parts on the lot. Everything else is sport and, oh yeah, here's something I need to do. I should have put the battery that I picked up. Let's get that on the charger. Main backpack. This will, being as it's a perfect sports car battery, this will be great for the, if we find a race car. I damaged my own trunk just now by accidentally swinging around this trailer. I didn't even know that was possible. Alright, what does this thing have? High quality performance. That's actually kind of funny. Now there's a junkyard down here, but we actually checked all the intact vehicles, and we confirmed, because we went through and stole a bunch of engine parts. So we actually did confirm that there's literally no redeemable parts on the cars in the junkyard. Sometimes there are, but in this case, that's a negative. I don't think we... Oh, we did clear this area because there's a survivor house there. That doesn't mean it's completely clear, it just means there probably aren't any large groups. He says, as he sees an indeterminate size. That's not large. But we did just get tired. Damn it. That's tempting me to drink some coffee. We're gonna have to do the thing here. Of course, if there were other groups that we wouldn't have pulled through silly activities here, now we might. I swear there was another one back here. Inside? Inside. Okay, I'm not committing to this. Let's get out of here. Of course, I say I'm not committing to this. The ones that I just pulled are gonna be in the frickin' road. But I was not actually expecting to get tired overnight. That means I'm further behind on my sleep schedule than I dared to imagine. Which means if I don't do a third sleep, I will fall behind on my fatigue and I'll probably get tired at like 1,400 hours tomorrow. Which is... damn it. I don't even know how that happened. I must have just not had a good quality sleep last night or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just the cards got played against me. I didn't have any nightmares. Whatever. Random restless sleeper problems. It's, you can learn to live with it, and I feel like I've made a pretty efficient way of it, but sometimes shit like this happens and there's nothing you can do about it. I could drink a coffee, but I would prefer not to right now. Not just sleep fix a regular sleep problem. Once I go down that rabbit hole, then that will just annihilate my coffee supplies. Okay, so tomorrow we do need to go back to Riverside. I will probably need a fair few ropes for the constructing a field base to hit the military research place. Six ropes, that's one full backpack's worth of so my fruit salad's done thawing. Let's have a bite of that. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sleep, and then when I wake up, I'll drink a couple sodas. I don't know if that will give me enough caffeine to actually seriously make an impact on the situation, but I'm hoping it will. We do have a fair few sodas back here. I'm going to do something that I've been meaning to do for a while. I'm going to make another remote controller real quick here. That is a worthy allocation of glue. Because right now I have one that I can use to detonate regular bombs. But this enables me to detonate a different kind of bomb, or if I want to, just have a second set of bomb, or like, you know, a second set of second trigger for maybe a different series of bombs. In any case, sometimes what I like to do is use a remote controller paired to a noisemaker, so that I have a remote control noisemaker. Thus far, I've just been throwing noisemakers. Noisemakers seem to cause problems with the game right now. Nothing that breaks anything. It just causes the noisemaker noise that gets generated never stops playing. And basically I've just had to close and reopen the game after using a noisemaker. It is what it is. I think that battery's going to be done charging. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. In fact, I've already brought home the spoils from that. The contents of the comic store are back in Riverside, including the hat, the wizard hat. So the perfect battery that we just picked up goes in here. Because so far, all of our best sports car parts go into this vehicle. Like a 97% sports car battery there. We'll save that for anything we might find. Now, these watermelons in the fridge here just went stale. I was going to do something with them before I left, but now they're stale. So, yeah. Alright. So be it. I will not acquiesce using stale stuff for the most part now. To be honest, if I turn these into chunks, watermelon chunks, I don't think there's any loss. Because chunks already give you so much hunger reduction that you don't, you can't put enough of them into a single salad. So I feel like if I turn these stale watermelons into chunks, I can still use them as good as they would be if they were fresh. So I ate the rest of my salad, and I have 2 more bowls to work with over here. So because the watermelon is stale, the chunks that I get will also be stale. But then when I put them into a fruit salad, they become fresh again. And I'm not even going to, like, fill these salads up completely. I'm just going to toss a bunch of chunks in them. And then, put them in the freezer, and we'll put whatever else we want to put in these salads. We'll do that later. This is just a way of getting some use out of these watermelons now that they're going bad. We don't have a lot in terms of canned fruit stuff. We could go out and do some foraging if we wanted to find more fruit. I mean, we'd have a very nice backyard right there. I could probably come home with some more oranges like I did last time. I will only allocate about, I don't know, 5 minutes tops to this, because there are a lot of things I gotta do today. Most importantly, I need to get home to Riverside, harvest the kale, and make sure that the kale gets preserved immediately. But let's take the bandana off so that we can forage more easily. Let's set our search focus to fruits. And we'll probably find something silly like an orange tree. Or a wild pear. And honestly, it's just... the notion of an orange tree that you can... or like a banana. A frickin' banana, really? In August 25th in Kentucky. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna complain. Being level 10 foraging is making this very easy. Most of the time you could not expect to just wander outside and find fruits like this. But level 10 foraging, yeah. You can find some pretty neat stuff. You know, I didn't think I would have room for the skeleton. I have not ruled out grabbing that. At the time when I was there at the comic store, I was operating on limited storage capacity. But this time, well, I'm not going to be taking the road north. I'm not going to be taking the north exit. See, our base is in Riverside, which is basically the opposite side of the map from Irvington. And it really doesn't matter if we go, well, south would be easier logistically. Yeah, south would definitely be easier logistically. And one of the things that's even sillier about this situation is that we've got generators running in West Point right now. I was a little bit presumptive with my logistics when it comes to where I planted all of my generators, keeping my summer harvest frozen. I was a little bit presumptive that I would be in Louisville when that's not how my plans have unfolded. So, I don't know, we'll see. Sweet. So these fruit salads came out to be about 40. The other salads in here are only 5 out of 6 ingredients. So what I'm going to do is take the rest of the fruit that I just foraged for and just put it in the freezer. And yeah, I'll deal with those later. As well as I'll go ahead and chunk and slice the rest of these watermelons and toss that stuff in the freezer. The freezer here is just sort of a, you know, only one that's going to be used while I'm here in town. It's not going to go forward with me. The things I always like to do with watermelons is slice 1 and smash 2, because then that gets you 10 slices and 10 chunks. Chunks always leave leftovers at level 10 cooking, but whatever. And we're actually going to go ahead and take 2 of these frozen fruit salads with us. As food to eat while we drive today. Perfect. And that has, well, almost gotten rid of the stale watermelons. I'm going to feed out these last 2. I really should get into the habit of just seeding out watermelons. I've tried before to use them all, and I can't. But, whatever. Alright, we're ready to go back to Riverside. I was hoping to come home with more stuff. We've only got 11 encumbrance of stuff here. That's okay, to be honest. I don't even need sacks in Riverside. I have too many sacks in Riverside. I'm actually going to put those in the bag to go forward to our next location. Except I can't. That bag is full. Toolbox, then. That's what I have these for. I will go ahead and sew these 2 burlap pieces into sacks. Every time you see a burlap piece, just look at that as a sack that has not been sewn yet. It doesn't even require tailoring, any levels of tailoring to sew a sack out of a burlap piece. So as soon as you find a needle and thread, a burlap piece just basically equals a sack. So it's actually okay that I don't need to bring too much to Riverside or bring too much back with me. Because I need to, when we go to Riverside, we're going to get there, we're going to have tons of ammo stockpiled in the crates at Riverside. That ammo doesn't need to be at Riverside, it needs to be moved to places where I'm going to be using it. So that is either going to be West Point or here in Irvington. Because anything here in Irvington would be brought forward to us to our next objective, which is the military research facility. Rosewood is technically closer than, you see this road right here on Horselick Road. This dirt road on Horselick Road will eventually lead us to the military research facility out here in the middle of nowhere. This dirt road, I predict is going to be, that's going to be a couple of IRL hours to cut our way through that shit. Because it's going to be covered in trees. Yeah, it's going to be covered in small trees. We're going to have to cut through most of them to create a drivable road. So I'm not looking forward to that. I've never been looking forward to that, but that's okay. That just means that we need to stockpile stuff for that operation ahead of time here, and then move it forward with us later. Or, alternatively, I could just leave it in Rosewood. Rosewood is closer. I would be using my Rosewood base. I have a small base there in the gas station north side of town. I would probably be using that base for most preparatory stuff. That's perfect. Perfect. So this is a welding kit here that'll enable me to make a couple of steel doors at my new location. That just means I need some hinges to go with it. Where am I keeping hinges locally? Only 3 hinges. Really? I think there's a spare door upstairs I could dismantle real quick. I would prefer to be able to make 2 doors at my destination base. Or, well, I'm not even gonna, I don't even know if I'll be able to build it in this stream. We're thinking I'm far ahead here. Perfect. Where have I been putting scrap metal? There it is. Scrap metal is useful for building those large gates. 3, 4. Perfect. So that means I'm also gonna put first aid related stuff in here. Oh, the tobacco. I can take the tobacco back with me. That's something I should do. Total of 121 encumbrance worth. That is basically a full trailer. Cool. And we will be taking the trailer back with us, even though there's nothing to put in it. These duffel bags are meant to become generator bags. Those are things I will bring forward with me. Last thing I could think of would be these military radios, but those need to stick with me. Those are for bases mostly. I'm getting in the habit of leaving radios at all of my bases. I feel like that is something we will have to do someday when we have friendly NPCs. And I need to have electrical parts in both of these. because that is the purpose of these bags. Electrical parts to repair the generators, in addition to the gas. There should be no reason to actually need to do this, but I am in the habit of, if I'm going to leave somewhere, I will always top up the generators before doing so. Project Zomboid is a game about habit building. Build the right habits and you'll increase your chances of survival tremendously. We do not have a spare can over here, do we? How's about we fix that by siphoning can out of ambulance. So right now I have two separate generators here, one for the lights and the main kitchen fridge, and the other for the double fridge where I have the deep storage, the stuff that I brought with me. All right. And it is hot enough outside that I actually want to, I already refilled my water, but I definitely, and I have spare too. Okay, we're good. So we're going to take, this is the farthest south road on the map. We're going to take this all the way down here to Horselick Road, which is a road I have not yet explored most of the south part of it. And then we're going to go up through past Rosewood here. You know, I almost feel like I should... Okay, yeah, hang on. All that stuff I left on the floor that's supposed to go forward to a... Not... Damn it. Okay, a lot of that would be good to leave at Rosewood now. Oh, I'm tempted. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do it. If we're going to drive right past Rosewood, then I will go ahead and leave some of the stuff. Not all of it, though. I need the weapons bags to stay here. So the toolboxes that I just put together for my next base, those will go with us. But the duffel bags, one of the duffel bags is my bomb kit. There's probably still bombing activities to be done here. So that will stay here. And the other one here is my weapons bag that stays here. FB Delta. B Delta here is... it's all over the place, really. But this green duffel bag, it's base kit right there. Okay. And whenever I go to a new location, I always bring some books, because it is very useful to be able to just read something, get rid of a bunch of stress. Maybe I should actually put some tools in my toolbox. Because I will not have a billion tools where I'm going. I'll have some, but not, I won't be, like, rolling in them. Honestly, the Mason's Chisel and Trowel should actually be in my, one of those, in that military backpack, actually. Because those are things that I don't often need, but every once in a while actually could use, and therefore should be in the one of those bags that I always leave at my most recent base. I've been recently reminded that wood glue is actually garbage at, or I'm sorry, that adhesive tape is actually garbage at repairing, weapons. Okay. All that is going to be left at Rosewood. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have done that. I think I'm also going to leave... those buckets. Just get a little bit closer and I can put the sacks in too. These building materials in these sacks, I was thinking about using them here, but there's not going to be much of a point. There's not much building we need to do here. Perfect. Seriously doubt anybody will wander into my door, but it's bad habit to leave it open. And off we go. That was that's a law enforcement duffel. Oh wow, it's 1600 hours already. I wasted too much time. I'm gonna drink one of my coffees only because we're going back to Riverside. Law enforcement duffel bag. Burn this image into your brain. That's an important thing to look out for, because that means it's probably gonna have guns in it. Well, it doesn't look like guns, but he had ammo in it. And if nothing else, it's a duffel bag. Box of 44 Magnum rounds. Okay, buddy. So I didn't mean to run over that guy, but now that I did, I got another duffel bag out of the deal. I'm okay with that. Also another full M9 magazine. I have no idea exactly where that guy would have been. Probably the yards of one of the houses. So, having drank a coffee at 1600 hours, that probably will have hopefully solved most of my sleep problems for the next couple of days. I should not be getting tired at 1800 hours, or I will get tired at like, I don't know, 2000 or so right now. If my calculations are correct. But if I keep my bedtime normal, then I'll just be a little bit ahead. We're going to be on this road without turning for a little ways. We're looking for... I think Horselick Road is rather obvious. Like, it's going to be one of the only, like... It looks like a proper highway exit sort of turn. There's the tracks. Now, I haven't ruled out just consolidating my my frozen operations. Now that we've got the watermelons going stale, any watermelons that were left in fridges. Now that those are going stale, I do think that's going to actually severely reduce the amount of stuff we have to worry about keeping refrigerated. So I might be able to shut down my stockpiles at West Point entirely, which would be beneficial because I moved that stuff there way too early. We're not ready to have refrigerated stockpiles at West Point yet. If anybody's not familiar with my super long-term strategy, it is to stockpile stuff in West Point for a trip to Louisville in the distant future. And I've already done quite a lot of that, up to and including perishable food, which was preempted though, because perishable food is the only thing that you actually have to, you know, if you're gonna move it somewhere, you've got to make sure that there's a generator running to keep it frozen. Louisville is nowhere near close enough on my long-term objective list for that to have been justified. But that's okay. I am patient because, technically speaking, I've done Louisville somewhat recently on this channel. That was my previous character was broken. Their save was broken with 42.13. Her playlist is in the description. That was Annie Mae. I think starting around part 40 something. I can't remember, to be honest. It would be somewhere in the middle of the playlist. It's an 81 part playlist. That was not Horselick, right? Hang on. I'm pretty sure that... Okay, no, Horselick is going to be... Like I said, there's like a rather obvious looking exit. And this is it. So I've never, I don't think I've actually visited this on Annie. I remember driving past it on Annie. I don't remember ever actually taking it. There's never been, in terms of why I would be at the bottom of the map, like I was just now, there's never been that much incentive for me to take a shortcut to the middle of the map, which is what I'm doing here. This shortcut brings you to the highway, in the middle of the map that is goes by March Ridge and Rosewood. So, as with usual, anytime we uncover tiles on roads, there's a chance of a survivor zombie event. Keeping my eyes peeled for that. This is not a very long stretch to explore, but anything is good. That's a lot of trees. Our character's nickname is Nora the Explora. Therefore, I am always happy to take my time and explore. I would probably do that anyway, even if our character wasn't named Nora the Explorer, but I definitely want to make a point of it here. I give my characters slightly different personalities, but at the end of the day, being the driving force behind them, they're going to be quite similar. I don't necessarily have the mental energy to ever really roleplay. I always perceive myself as just a guide, ladies here in the game, keeping them alive while also keeping their hands busy, so they don't have too much time to think about the fact that they are the last living being on the planet right now. The last living human, at least. Plenty of living animals still. Okay, no longer exploring. That means the road is probably right up here. Right? Is that the road we took to get to the... No, we haven't taken that road. Actually, that's the military research facility. Down this road right here. This would be the direction we're going for the military research facility. So technically speaking, I could just leave all that stuff that I've got in the trailer. I could just leave it on the ground right here, because this is exactly where I'm coming back, instead of going all the way to Rosewood with it. Now, of course, we're not leaving the trailer itself. We're just emptying stuff out of the trailer. That law enforcement duffel we brought, or that we found, could use a duffel bag right now. Alright, building materials, and a bunch of tools, and just stuff that I don't already have millions of duplicates of elsewhere. but stuff that I don't necessarily expect to find anywhere between here and the zombie-infested part of the military place, so, yeah. That is the trailer emptied, and I'm going to go ahead and put a note on the map so I don't forget about this. Military Research Facility prep. Perfect. We are still going to stop by the Rosewood base because it's going to be, it's getting really close to when we should be sleeping. I might just go ahead and drive through the night. I don't normally like doing a long distance drive at night. I'll probably just deal with that. Yeah. Besides, there may be some stuff at the Rosewood base that I might want to bring forward with me. I don't know. Find out. In any case, it should just be up here on the right and a little ways down the highway. There we are. Hamshank Road. That's the road that... Okay, so I could get into the south side of Rosewood slightly easier from MRF prep than I could elsewhere. That's okay. I'm not worried about that because our base is on KY60 here. It would probably behoove me to keep this road, this stretch of road between the MRF prep site and the Rosewood base, to keep that clear of Zeds. I don't know what the respawn rate out here is going to be like. These initial spawns, I don't remember if they were here from an event or not. There's only 2 of these guys. Could have been a lunch break event. In any case, I don't have too much else to do at the moment until around 2200 because that is my bedtime, and I would like to try to maintain it. I do love me a nice wide open stretch of highway. Especially ones without rabbits on it. There be the sign. You know, I've never paid much mind to these electrical substations. You can disassemble these fences. What about the door? Game does not let me disassemble the door, which is kind of funny. curious what kind of materials we get for fences like this. It's probably just going to be wire. Pipes, that would be a very important thing to know. It is just wire, it looks like, yep. More wire than a regular fence, but still rather unimpressive. I've never actually like tried to convert one of these into like a little safe place to sleep out in the field. Mostly because that never struck me as a good idea. These things only have one way in or out. And I never like boxing myself in. Got a few guests here. Not entirely unsurprising. Let's try to get them wiped out before it's time to power up the generator. This is a gas station base after all. Did not expect there to not be respawns. The gas station itself never had bad initial spawns, but I always got lots of people coming up from the south here. Look at that. Hiding right there between the brickwork. Try to sneak up on me. I'll sneak up on you. Pick that. Yeah, I suppose if I disassembled the, whatchamacallits. I can't remember if I ever looked in here. I feel like I did and I was unimpressed. Because I'm being very unimpressed right now. But usually what I like to do is if I've looked through a place, I just leave the stuff that I don't want on the floor so that the shelves are all empty, and that is a note to myself in the future that I did in fact hit this place for everything it's worth. Yeah, see this right here? I remember leaving this stuff on the floor now. Ah, yeah, okay. There. Did not know that there was even a chance for that. I didn't see anything that would spawn a electric or a book of any sort. Okay, I already checked in here, yeah. If memory serves, this field down here was a slight source of issue, but we're looking okay in the field at least. I don't have a very strong need to fire up the generator, but I would like to because it is, I would like to put these salads in the fridge overnight. Salads don't last very long if you don't fridge them. First bedtime. So I did not quite make it back to base on the 25th itself. I would have preferred to do so. But that is alright, I will survive. I'm pretty sure the kale is going to be okay. But I'm gonna be sorely disappointed if I get up there and the kale is actually dead. Because it could be. I can't really guarantee anything. It seems like the blooming phase. I've sorely underestimated the blooming phase in the past. The blooming phase for kale. How long it's supposed to last versus how long it actually lasts. Spare shotguns. Yeah, absolutely. I have a feeling we might need some spare shotguns where we're going. Yeah, okay. So that's exactly what we're going to do over here. What we're going to do is we're going to put a couple trash bags of weaponry. Replacement M9s. X2 scope, that would be for a shotgun. And what we're going to do is leave these in the... This van right here is actually... This van has a perfect engine. It's just a van, so that's not really that important. But I just... Yeah, I'm going to use this van as, whatchamacallit? Supply transport for the, military research facility op. At this point, if I had found a spare generator here in Rosewood, I would probably chuck it into that trunk, but I do not have any spare generators here, nor do I expect to. Should already have plenty of first aid materials at our destination. We always carry around first aid and spare first aid, so first aid is probably not going to be a problem for me as long as I have my primary vehicle. That is not even something that I'm worried about, but I can't even rule out that I might do the face paint thing when we finally hit the military place. Why not? Okay, I was not expecting to stay here all night, but it's already within an hour of my second bedtime, so I'm going to go ahead and sleep. We got our second sleep, and then we will depart tomorrow morning a little early. I will probably drink another coffee when I'm at Riverside, because that makes sense to me. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, we are set. Not tired enough to sleep. Oh, beans on you. Last thing I want to do is just stand around and waste time, but, well, if the game is going to make me. Did I leave any furniture back there? I did not. I collected it all. Did I empty this sink? No. Guy's name was Dave Dyer. It's unfortunate because he died. Oh, I did leave some stuff back here. Interesting. I had a feeling that I might have done that. I can't remember exactly what the purpose of all this was specifically. I do know that this MSR 788 is going to go into the other vehicle, though. I might have just forgotten to unload that. Or I might have intended to bring that vehicle back with me. Oh, those are... okay. I have lots of shin guards. I don't have a lot of thigh guards. That's what I was thinking of. Hey, Luchador, how's it going? We are in a prep phase here. Supposed to be sleeping, but we're not tired enough to sleep, so... I'm gonna roll the dice and see if I can't pick up this sink, because I do want to have a sink at my field base at my destination. Let's see if it breaks. Look at that, didn't break. Hell yeah. Fascinating. But yeah, that is also incidentally where we're currently located in Rosewood. Not much longer. We are just stopping by. Should not be tired enough to sleep. Yeah, good. That means we should... This should be a very effective sleep then, if we weren't tired enough to sleep an hour ago, but now we are. And of course, everything that could go wrong right now just did. Not only did we get a nightmare fucking up our sleep schedule again, it's foggy today. Oh, I just... This game, man. It's also tiresome. Whatever. I'm not gonna let the fog stop me, and the nightmare is just gonna annoy me. I'm gonna drink a soda. I already drank a soda. I'm gonna drink another soda because we got plenty here. Soda. I'm gonna drink a grape soda. Hopefully this is light fog, but it's too early to tell. Nope, it's going to be heavy fog. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, we've gotten the salads, and therefore off goes the generator. I'm going to read a magazine before I go. Maybe even smoke them since I got them. I actually turned that off slightly early. I was going to top up the gas tank here. I haven't used this gas station as much. Zomboid has definitely got other plans. Alright, we are now headed north through the middle of the map to Riverside. Luckily, I think I know the roads here well enough that I won't... I might just have to check the road a couple times till we get past Ballast Lake. I think this is my turn. Yeah. First left, second left at the T, and then we're just going straight through Ballast Lake. When we get to Riverside, now that I think about it, there is a stack of rope. like a completely extra stack of rope. I'm going to leave that stack of rope at Riverside and take the ones that I have pre-allocated for logging purposes with me. Because the logging operation that we're going to have to do in order to get to the military research facility is going to be one of the biggest ones that I have to do, short of anything clearing space from my main base. So that is... we are going to bring the rope forward with us from Riverside then. That is something we need to consider. Now, the most important part of my current return to Riverside, or rather, let's put it, the most time-sensitive thing, is I am going to harvest the kale. But then I need somewhere to put the kale as soon as I harvest it. That... I hate these things so fucking much. Yeah, I just mag dumped a bunch of goddamn rabbits. Might as well finish off this magazine. But at least I figured out that I accidentally forgot to reload my 1911. I would have nailed them all if I had not forgotten to reload my 1911. Better rabbits than zombies. If I had tried to shoot a zombie and that thing clicked, that would be a lot more embarrassing. Oh great, my driver's seat's glitched. Hell yeah. When this happens, I've got to take everything off of the passenger seat, I think. I can't remember if this happens because of towing something. Nope, it's just... I've seen this happen before, and whenever this happens, I've got to enter the passenger seat, which, of course, my passenger seat is full of my field equipment. Yeah. This was actually how I learned that you can open a door and extract loot or put loot in while the door is open without getting in the vehicle. Didn't know that. My chat taught me that. Shout out to y'all folks. I think I'd gone about 2,500 hours through the game without realizing that. Alright, problem still not solved. What the fuck? I think I guess I just gotta move it first. Something about the current position. Alright, let's try again. Now we're good. I'm not entirely upset about this situation because it gives me an excuse to not have to drive through the fog. Yeah, it is. Very annoying. Yeah, that's right. I'm just throwing their corpse, the parts of their corpse off the side of the road. I refuse to not get a little bit of butchering experience out of this. And my M9 came out too. Look at that. We managed to get our M9 emptied out. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. I saw you back here. Come out of those trees.
Hey!
And there's another one to the north. lie, if I see the rabbits, I'm gonna get out and shoot them. They would be stuck alongside the fence up here somewhere. Looks like they got lucky this time. We're not turning here right now. We should be... We're going straight until the T at the end of Phallus Lake. So we're just blitzing straight through at this point. What if you wanted to go 70 miles an hour down a small road, but God said, random pack of rabbits? Oh, that one's going on Reddit someday. If there weren't respawns in that lot, I would steal the sign, but alas. That convenience store right there, no, it was looted, never mind. I was about to say I'm not sure if it was looted, but no, it has been looted. That's a red generator there, right? Yes, that is a red generator. That is fine to stay there. For something in my brain meat told me that that was a yellow generator, but thanks to the fog, I couldn't immediately tell. Fog doesn't just make it hard to see things because of the mist, it also desaturates colors. So it makes colors slightly less obvious when it's thick. This is definitely faster than taking the L-bend all the way down to West Point. I feel like that probably should be obvious at a glance, but I'm going by feels here. Of course, it's also hard to establish a strong sense of how long that took when I had to do many stops along the way. I think I took South Riverside to exit last time, which means we may run into a couple of Zeds on the street there. But otherwise, we are perfectly capable of killing them. So if we need to do a spawn suppression in South Riverside, that is a task we will do. Need my roads drivable. And so right now at Riverside, I have one generator running with keeping 3 chest freezers going. Those 3 chest freezers are 39 encumbrance each. I think that's basically 40 times 3, which is that's 120. That's basically a full trailer. So if I wanted to wind down all freezer operations at Riverside, I could. That being said, I kind of want to get when I harvest this kale, I kind of want to get it straight into a freezer. So we're probably going to have more than 39 times 3 encumbrance of frozen produce to consider. I am going to be... I might need to like go take a walk or something if this one extra day that I spent before getting home has resulted in all the kale being rotten. If I get back there and all 10 of my kale plants are rotten, I'm going to need to like go take a walk or something, because that is going to make me very angry. Because basically, I believe it said that it had weeks left, and then it said days. So, it's really hard to make heads or tails of that. Basically, it should have been somewhat close to a week that we had remaining when we departed, and we would have been gone for a week. But then, when I say a week until it changes from ready to harvest to blooming. Which again, I've learned from prior experience that while it's in the blooming phase, it's got to be harvested rather quickly. Alright, here we are at Riverside. Taking a left, we're using the South Road. Anybody we see gets the sword. I ain't see nobody, and I'm okay with that. Very okay with that. I predict we'll be seeing anybody's at the gas station, though. Or up here. Oops. Trying to go for that ground kill. Didn't even have my knife out. Oh, now the fog decides to lift right as I get back to Riverside. Okay. I heard you hissing at me. Where'd you at? You know, not gaslighting me. I heard hissing in my left speaker. Thor? Spawn suppression run in South Riverside success. I'm not worried about the guys in the commercial lot, right now at least. They would only be annoying if I was to discharge many firearm shots here in the parking lot. Which looks like I won't need to. Fantastic. Oh, look at this, my front yard. That's okay. I don't mind. This was bound to happen eventually. Glad to catch it. And look at that, my kale is not... I don't see any rotting. There's no brown. There is, in fact, one tile. I've got it highlighted in the top right corner there. There is one tile that hasn't hit blooming yet. So we are good. I am not extremely angry about my kale. I don't think I don't think shooting right here is too close enough for the animals. They're out of render distance. Now, that being said, render distance is not... You can't use that as a going point to say that your animals won't get stressed by gunshots. I have seen animals that are outside of render distance get stressed by gunshots. No shit. Oh boy. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Really? Oh, well, we're currently playing 42.13.2. So I assume that 13.2 is now the rollback. Let's take a look at the patch notes after well, actually, we don't need to harvest the kale immediately. Because we actually have one kale crop that needs to get to the next phase. Oh, you know what? Okay, we will harvest the kale immediately. I want to put the kale into the freezer. So give me a moment. I'm going to get things sorted out here, and then I am going to take a look at that new patch. Alright, Godspeed. I'll be doing the same thing here shortly. I basically just want to get a few things done, and then thankfully the whatchamacallit, the conversion process automatically creates a backup, so we don't have to sit here and watch me create a backup myself. It will automatically do that for us. So what I'm going to do is when I harvest the kale, I'm going to immediately load it up into the freezers of the main fridge here. The main fridge here should have plenty of room for all the kale. We're going to have a lot of kale, like a lot. Godspeed. I'm assuming that if you even take a glance at the patch notes, the devs, the last time we had a problem with conversions, the devs would say right at the top that these saves are not compatible. If they don't say that, then I feel like we're going to be... I feel like there's a high chance of being okay. I've only had a couple of... like 2 or 3 times have I had problems with save migrations when the devs didn't specifically say that we would. We barely even need to do anything with this one. We're good. I just want to top it off before we leave. But we might be here a day or two. I seriously doubt that there will be any problems that we cannot roll back to. But just in the off chance that that is the case, I'm actually just going to take a couple of base screenshots, just in case. I don't think I'll actually need to do this, but it doesn't hurt to hit F12 a few times. Ha! That's funny. Alright, a couple of base screenshots is good insurance. And let's get the ambulance in. We'll harvest the kale. Going to detach the trailer. No shit. What? That's significant. Really? Okay, then. Now, what does that mean for my long-term stockpiles? I'm assuming that... Oh, so they removed the items. Really? Okay, I need to look through these patch notes myself. So, my short-term plan here, I just want to get my backpack emptied. We're going to get that kale harvested. And I'm just going to have our character chill in base for a bit while I take a look through the patch notes. I shall take a look through the patch notes myself, and we will see what the devs have in store for us. That is going to be... Okay, so I have... If the devs are just going to arbitrarily change ammunition types to such an extent that I expect that the save conversion process might either delete the ammo that we have that already exists, or it might convert it. I don't know. We'll find out. Hey, trunks are fixed. I hope we don't have to start a new save for trunks to be fixed, because that would be amazing if we get our trunks fixed without having to start a new save. I was afraid of that the moment I saw there was a problem with trunks, because sometimes problems of that caliber are like something that gets baked into whatever it is that spawns in, and therefore a save migration won't fix it. But we'll find out. We will all find out, I suppose, when we get our saves migrated here. Put in some other container, it will be converted to 5. That'd be cool. So what that means is we've actually got like 5 cartons of 223 in this box right here by itself. But then also separately, we've got a bunch of 556 up here. I might back up my entire game folder. Yeah, I might back up my entire game folder if just in case the devs don't give us 13.2 as a rollback. It is possible to manually roll back if you have the if you have all the files, but yeah. Why didn't I put that magazine over here? Did I put the wrong magazine over here? No. Okay. Good. Bag's almost empty here. I was going to use this lollipop as a cue ball. Stupid as that sounds. It might seem a little silly or presumptive to worry about base decoration right now. But I'm an optimist. I can't help myself. Maybe. We need to turn all of these mugs into coffee, so I'm going to hold on to those still. And final thing in my backpack is a lollipop. We're going to put that upstairs. So you may notice we have 1 pool ball. We have 2 golf balls that are being cue balls. But now I have a lollipop that's going to be an orange solid color ball. I just got to rotate it so that the stick is facing down. Because there's only 1 color of pool ball in this game. So you have to kind of get very creative to have other colors. That's fun. Okay, so time to harvest the kale now that we got our bags emptied. I'm going to start putting it straight into garbage bags. We might not get more than a full garbage bag, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Yeah, we got 1 full garbage bag and 1 part full. That's actually perfect, because a full garbage bag equals a full freezer. I don't think I'm not gonna bother watering the kale. It is gonna die soon if I don't water it, but I'm okay with that because it's the end of its growing phase is September, and it is August 26th, so I don't really care. Alright, so the full garbage bag of kale into the freezer. And the unfull into the... And the kale seeds for next year. Next March, actually. Frickin' plant kale in March in this game. You know, okay, KTO, I wish I said it out loud. I have been exploiting that for probably the past 1,200 hours of gameplay. That was a lot of fun. It's not okay. So I have also, without really intending to do so, I have also seen what it's like using it 1 engine part at a time, and it's not that bad. It's tolerable. I preferred not using up engine parts, but no, it's still tolerable. But yeah, I think I am gonna go ahead and convert my save. I was gonna have our girl chill for a minute, but it's gonna take a while for the save conversion process. So I'd like to just read the patch notes while it converts. I'm going to, during the save conversion process, I'm going to step away from my base so that the base is out of range when I first load in after the conversion. That is just a habit that I kind of got into before. I don't know if it will help me much, but it is a habit that... Because there have been times where things in my base have caused problems right after a migration. I mean, if nothing else, it will inoculate us against animal apocalypse. So if a chicken apocalypse or maybe a sheep apocalypse happens, that will inoculate us against it. I have also undergone many save migrations here at this very gas station. So, yet another one. Alright, folks. I don't think this will be the last we see of Nora. In fact, if we have a catastrophic breakage of the save, I probably will roll back. But the question of how long I will roll back for is open. Like, I might do the military research facility and then start a new character. If I do that. But let's go ahead and quit. What we're going to do is, remember the save conversion process automatically backs up your save. So I don't need to back up my save. What I do need to do is, just in case the devs don't give us a rollback branch, I'm going to go to Zomboid game directory here. This is the Steam game directory. I'm going to back up the entire folder. Control-C. And go somewhere else. My C drive is starting to get full. Go somewhere else. I'll put it in the other drive here. I've already got a back folder. What am I thinking? All right, that should only take a couple of minutes, or not even that. So we're treating this as part of our update process. I don't always do this, but in this particular instance, I'm too close to hitting the military research facility for me to accept a save breakage rate now. But yeah, clicking the update button for the game after I finish this backup. We don't want it to start updating while it's copying the files. Yeah. Older branch was 42.13.1. I don't want to roll the dice on that. If it doesn't specifically say in the whatchamacallit, in the title of the rollback branch, if it doesn't specifically say the version number, I'm not going to roll the dice. I'm just going to do a backup. I've never actually done this and like used it, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure this works. Copying the entire game folder, and then if you need to roll back, you'll have to shut off Steam and then make sure to never actually accidentally click the update button. But anyway, here we go. This will only take a second. The save conversion process is what will take a minute. Huh. Not oh, that was 32 point. Okay. There it is. It brought me to the wrong patch notes. I'm going to open the link in a browser where we can actually read it easier. All right, game is updated. We're relaunching. All right, here goes nothing. Okay, current MP and SP saves might not be compatible. Conversion process could break elements of your game. Please back up your save before continuing. Now, it automatically backs up our save when we do this. So I'm very curious why it says that. Like, it will literally say, like, it will literally create it. You know what? Okay, so let's just say that it doesn't back it up when it converts. And it breaks. Then we have a rollback that will cause us to lose 3.5 hours. I'm okay with that. I'm rolling the dice on this. Because otherwise that's like 5 minutes of me staring at a progress bar. I'm impatient. Remember, the size of our save is 1 gigabyte across 403,000 files. This is going to take a minute. So, that's why we have the patch notes open. Oh, top of the... Okay, here it is. Yeah, players who want to remain on 42.13.2 can select the outdated unstable. That, so even though the title doesn't specify, the patch notes have. Players who wish to... Yeah, okay, so this confirms that manual backups actually work. So the devs are actually straight up telling people if they want to do 42.13.1, make a manual backup. But yeah, otherwise, let's take a little scroll through here. Players can sit on significantly more seats now, including hay bales and toilets. We can sit on toilets now. Hell yeah. I hope that includes hospital beds, because that was one thing that... I like hospital beds, but I couldn't sit on them. Disabled motion sickness trait pending health... Okay, so, this patch note, look at this, these 3 words right here. Health balance overhaul. Whenever this drops, it will break your characters. A health balance overhaul, just knowing what I know about the class system and how character like fitness and health are like separate stat pools. It's a mess. It's spaghetti code. If they overhaul character health balances, or just how that works, that will break your saves 100%. So who knows when this is going to be implemented, but yeah, that's something to tile properties to more tiles. So this again, adding changing tiles, that is something liable to fuck your map up. Updated logos, cool. Added rooms to loot distributions, none of that looks particularly cool. New item icons, aesthetic. I'm just gonna scroll past the MP stuff. I'm sure that might be important for the MP folks. I'm not currently doing MP. Actually, you know what? I'll just, if anybody is doing MP and you want to look, I will link the patch notes in the description right here. Since they are not, they might not show up on Steam yet for some folks. UI, RMC, inventory menu displays appropriate crafting shortcuts when all crafting requirements are met. Now that'll be interesting. Have to see how that manifests. The devs have been on a jihad against RMC shortcuts, so I'm surprised to see that. Added wash vehicle to vehicle radial menu. Now, does this mean that they removed it from the right-click menu? Because that's going to be some reconditioning for me. I am just like with trying to open the hood. New SFX. Thank God, that was a very annoying one. New SFX for smash bone metal. New ambient sound emitters for military tents. Update, fix that. I'm looking for notes about zombie sounds, and I'm not seeing any. That's concerning. Maybe it'll be under balance. If anybody's not familiar, I am very concerned about those zombies who don't make noise. I was hoping that was a glitch, but not seeing any mention of it. Reduced the weight of skeleton corpses. Consolidated dismantle TV/radio into one single recipe. So it's probably just dismantle electrical device, but requires a table. Corpse is now dragged in the correct direction. No more stream of errors for gamepad users. Rename disinfectant type alcohol to rubbing alcohol. TP and tissues, fire fuel. consuming nicotine will reduce the character's hunger level. Characters with the deaf trait will not accumulate stress from sounds. Okay, so if they went out of their way to fix this, does this mean that they also readdressed the problems with zombies banging on fences? Characters with an encumbrance moodle in a vehicle will accumulate discomfort scaling with the severity of the moodle. So they're starting to come after me with... I have been known to take advantage of sitting in a vehicle with my hands extremely over encumbered. So now I'm going to have to eat some discomfort from that. That is tolerable. I can survive that. And it makes sense, unfortunately. Fluid container properties from... Okay. We can no longer store water in roasting pans. That's not that big of a problem, but... I know, right? Now, here... Yeah, this is what some folks are talking about. So... Added items for new ammunition types. It would be very nice if they specified. 357 is 357 the only? Now, base dot revolver now uses 357. Does that mean that the M6... Are they talking about the M625 or are they talking about the Magnum? Because there is... Okay, there's two... the game has 3 revolvers right now. The 38 Special. I'm talking about the ones that... So one shoots the 38 Special, one shoots 45 Auto, one shoots 44 Magnum. Base dot revolver, I don't remember which one that is. That's either the medium or the big one. Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. So that just means that the M625 has its own ammo type now. I'm not upset about that in the slightest, because now 45 Auto is basically just for 1911s. Very good to know. Adjusted the weights of several firearm and ammo box items. Oh, they nerfed shotguns by one shot in the tube. Nerf shotguns can now have 5 in the tube, plus 1 in the chamber. Alright, devs. Alright. I guess we were having a little too much fun with all those multi-kills. Curious what'll happen to the shell that is currently loaded into my primary shotgun. Replaced references to bullets to rounds. Okay. Adjusted the weights of relevant ammunition carton items to be consistent with changes to box weights. Cool. Fixed bug with max bag trunk capacity. Locked at 100. Thank you. Thank you, devs. Thank you. Thank you. I wish they put this at the top, because this was probably the thing I hated most about the current version. Fixed ragdolls ignoring stomps. I can't say I've ever tried to stomp a ragdoll. If I did, it was unintentional. I'm going to kind of speed read through the fixes because there's... Yeah, a lot of these never affected me to begin with. Fixed ragdolls getting stuck in walls after falling from tall buildings. What about the other problem with ragdolls falling from tall buildings? Where they turn into poltergeists and start zipping around the map. Fixed caffeine pills, resetting caffeine fatigue to 0. So caffeine pills, what I'm hoping this means is that caffeine pills are basically just equal to a cup of coffee. If that is what they are, then that's what they should be. You're literally looking at a guy who took caffeine pills this morning because he was too lazy to make green tea. Because a caffeine pill that I take, the 200 milligram tab, is basically equal to a standard cup of coffee, like medium roast. Green tea is like 140 or 110 something, I don't remember. Black tea, I think, is 140, 160. I don't know. Black tea was really close to coffee in terms of total caffeine per bag. I suppose, yeah. I think. I mean, like a can of White Monster, for example. I recently looked that up. That's 160, and that's actually like that's like 30% less than my caffeine tablets. fixed falling from high buildings, ragdoll Zeds die in standing positions. Okay, so we we've got 2 fixes for zombies falling from high buildings, but yeah, this they're calling it an exploit. They should just say they fixed the feature, because that's one of those things that's like quell canceling in Darktide that's been there for so long that can you really call it an exploit? Hey, they fixed our step vans, boys. Oh, they fixed our step vans. They were the whatchamacallit. We were filling step vans from the side that the whatchamacallit, the gas tank does not appear on. Interesting. I'm not talking about any bugs that have to do with walls. I'm talking about bugs that resulted in zombies literally flying through the air. And I lack the verbiage to adequately explain it. Translation errors. Fixed animals not dropping on ground when equipping items. This makes me very angry. Okay, not very angry. This makes me extremely whenever I pick up multiple items, or sorry, when I run into a pack of rabbits and I want to pick up all their corpses at once, I would pick up a corpse. I'd equip an item. So they fixed something that was benefiting me here. It looks like they're leaning towards making it so we can't move more than one animal corpse at once. Which I understand why they would do that if it was like a cow corpse. But there should be nothing preventing us from filling a backpack with a sack of dead rabbits. There should be nothing preventing us from doing that. But it looks like we're not going to be able to do that now. Well, okay, I take that back. We'll probably have to put dead animals directly into our main backpack, right? Because having a dead animal in your hands, that's both your hands occupied. So you can't have a handbag. So it's either into your own backpack or maybe put a bag on the ground. Yeah, it's just got to, it's where the bag is equipped that's annoying. Fixed not being able to kill some animals in character's inventory. So we can now, once again, pick up animals and kill them. Apparently zombies are capable of attacking animals. Fixed game crashes after, okay. Fixed nutritional values not reducing when preparing food as craft recipes. That doesn't sound like they've made the cooking level 10 problems more tolerable. Fixed enabling heater AC slightly reduced fuel consumption rate. Somebody put a positive instead of a negative in the spaghetti code. Torch and hand torch. Return inserted batteries when dismantled. I didn't realize I could put a battery in my torch. Interesting. What? Fixed large window panes not showing when glass has been safely... What are you talking about? We can't remove... Oh, right. This is a broken floor-to-ceiling window. Broken floor-to-ceiling windows, when you remove the glass, the glass was technically removed, but it would still show broken glass all over it. Oh, okay. That was not bad. That was not bad. I don't see anything that would really scream at me. Lots of good, a little bit meh. If nothing breaks, and it doesn't introduce unforeseen bugs, which of course. Oh, look at this code cleanup. Code cleanup, boys. We got some code cleanup done. Oh, that's gonna be fun. I can't wait to see cleaner code. Now this, I would be okay with this. I'm a big floating point number enthusiast. Everything should be afloat if it can be. Okay, don't take that as gospel. I feel like someday when I make my own video game, I'm going to force the devs to use floating points for everything, except for... No, they're going to use floating points for everything, and maybe that will actually make the game's performance shit. There might be solid reasons to use integers instead of floats. But for now, whenever I see something using float weights, or whenever I see something using floating point numbers, it makes me happy. Assuming the engine does not have floating point math problems, which this game has been known to have. It's why certain times when you try to empty a container of water, it will fail to do so. Okay, so I have to step away for a minute IRL. I won't be gone too long, but this is a perfect opportunity to do so. Save is about a little over 3/4 of the way done. Like 4/5 of the way done, so by the time I'm back, we should be ready to click the button. So I'll just leave I'll leave the patch notes here on the screen, and I shall be back momentarily. And then we'll click the button, see how things go. BRB, folks. Yeah, no, floating point math errors are, they must be compensated for. That's one of the reasons GPUs now have floating point tensor cores on them now. But that's just for the AI fuckers. It's not going to help us plebs with our CPUs doing floating point math. All right, I'll be back. All right, I am back, and we're about to click the button. Here goes nothing. Okay, I see something very interesting here. This is a, whatchamacallit. I dug some graves and buried some zombies, but then I put gravel on top of the graves, and it made it disappear. Looks like that is something that was undone. Otherwise, we're just going to run around and do a quick integrity check. Looks like plumbing systems still work fine. Still got our generator. This is for the gas station base. I don't know if I'll ever use that particular generator again. That is just one that I'm keeping in mind as part of my local stockpile here. I did not see any notes in the patch notes about forge recipes. And that's possibly a good thing, because that means that if there were any changes to forge recipes, if there were no, then we don't have to worry about it. If there were changes to forge recipes, we would have to build a new forge. That's what my memory banks are telling me. Yeah, that's the first thing I'm going to do. So we successfully loaded in the base area, and we're not getting frame rate destruction. So the chicken apocalypse and the sheep apocalypse has been avoided. Oh yeah, I should have looked at the trunk. I actually did look at the trunk once already, but I didn't look at the number. So give me just a moment here. Okay. I'm concerned. Yep, okay. As I feared. So vehicles may have been fixed on new saves. That's supposed to be 130. What about my ambulance? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna try something. This is probably not gonna work, but I'm gonna whip out a steel sheet and try repairing the trunk. I don't know, maybe that'll give it a kick into realizing that it should be something better. Bump it and repair it. Maybe. Actually, yeah, I'll intentionally bump it. That's not a bad idea. We're just gonna give it a kick here. I normally would never do this intentionally, but we are in the testing phase here. Okay, that reduced it by a small amount. Let's fix it up and see what happens. We're in 42.14 now. 42.14.0. Okay, that did nothing. The game is still treating it as if the max capacity is 130. So my worst fears have been realized. The devs fixed it for new vehicles. So if we go find a new, basically the only city we haven't fully explored yet, there's pockets of unexplored territory still in Irvington, and Louisville is completely unexplored. So everything between West Point and Louisville, any car spawns there, I believe will spawn as cars are supposed to be. So we have lost our opportunity to have good trunks now. Yeah, I mean, to be entirely honest, I'm not that upset about it. It's just going to be another, what is it? Okay, so 130 to 169. It's going to be another 39 space in a perfect ambulance. That's not the end of the world. I'm still mad. I'm mad about it, but it's not the end of the world. I've been tolerating it. I can keep tolerating it. But step vans, that's tragic. I've got a nice collection here of step vans. But knowing that I could just go to Louisville maybe and spawn in some new ones. I mean, if I really cared about it, I could probably go into debug mode and just delete one of the ones. Actually, debug mode might even have a way to fix up current vehicles. So trunks are an object. Vehicle trunks are an object, like an actual discrete object. It's just one that doesn't show up in your standard. If I go to mechanics here, if I go to mechanics and open up the hood here, it doesn't actually show the trunk as an object that could be removed. But if you go into debug mode, there might be a way to do that. I would not know how, and that would be a lot of work to try to figure out how. So I'm not upset about. Like I said, I'm not so upset about it that I'm going to let that. Mostly because I'm pretty sure that new vehicles that spawn in at this point will have the new trunks. So that'll actually be something that we're going to go ahead and look for when we go back to Irvington today. There's still some explored territory here that we can look around for and see if we just find even the most basic bitch step van. Just the most basic bitch step van, doesn't need to be anything special. We'll take a look at it, we'll repair the trunk all the way up and see how it looks. Well, I'm just, this is just me saying it for the sake of saying it. I'm pretty sure anything can be fixed in debug mode. You're looking at the guy who started learning Lua just so that he could fix a fucking piano. But it might not be easily fixed in debug mode. Oh, so you didn't even notice. So right now, if you don't have the organized trait, heavy-duty vehicles, all of them, can only fit 100 encumbrance into the trunks. And for my logistics strategy, that was a nightmare. But I've been coping. I've just been dealing with it because it's been that way for all of 42.13. But yeah, the patch notes said that they've fixed it. But what we just learned is that the fix only applies to new saves. But my current theory is that it will also apply to current saves for new vehicles that spawn in as you spawn them in. I mean, if we want to talk about fixing it in debug mode, I would say with very strong confidence that if you just took one of your favorite vehicles, deleted it, and spawned in a new one with similar stats, that would probably be fixed one. I just say probably. Now it is what it should be. What it should have always been is a perfect. No, actually, I don't. To be entirely honest, I've been using organized for so long that I've memorized the organized values, but I have not memorized the standard ones. A perfect ambulance and any other van, like a Spiffa van, whatever. Perfect vans should have 169. Perfect step vans should have 208. Perfect trucks, I don't quite remember. I think it was 149, something like that. It was, or maybe like 150 something. I actually don't remember exactly what trucks were, but it was less than vans, just slightly less than vans. All of that is a lot less than what we should have. Yeah, like for example, this Rosewood Blooms right here. This being it has a perfect trunk in it. The perfect trunk only has 130 for me. This should say 208. A perfect step van trunk has been 208 for the first 2,200 or so hours that I played this game. And it's kind of sad that it wouldn't be. Do I care about carrots? I suppose I do well enough to water them back up. The kale is never going to be harvested again, so I don't care about the kale. But yeah, we'll come back in another week and harvest these carrots, do something with them. Oh, you should. Well, so again, we just discovered that it doesn't apply to migrated saves. So if you migrate your save, you won't see any change until you start seeing new vehicles, in which case you should get more. Across the board, it should be more. I don't think standard or sports cars were affected. I don't think. I can't recall. I don't use their trunks often enough to know. But we are currently... Refill my torch here. I was considering making some more swords. Because I don't have a forge in convenient driving distance from either Irvington or Rosewood. We do have one at Muldraw, but that is not very convenient. Oh yeah, ammo. I forgot. So, we should have 5 boxes of 223. I remember. I'm sorry, not boxes, cartons. We should have 5 cartons of 223. Let's take a look right here. We have an empty box now. 223 ammo has all been deleted. I went through a lot of effort to get that 223 ammo. Hang on, let's see. Let's just check all the other boxes. Okay, so they've changed the name of 308? Yes, I think they've changed the name of 308. 308 is now 762 by 51. 38 special is unchanged. The name of the revolver that would go in our ankle slot has changed. It is now SN38. I'm actually okay with that. It changed from M36 to SN38. That actually, I like the new name better now because the number matches the caliber that it shoots. Yeah, I'm definitely not creating another save, unless I see something else wacky. I'm definitely not creating another save, but 9 by 19 millimeter, that's, okay, so that, it feels like they've integrated more of what, Vanilla Firearms Expanded used to have in the titleage. So, okay, here's let's think about making things balanced properly. Just cosmic balance. What the hell? Patrol revolver. Okay. So it's now called, instead of M625, it's now called Patrol Revolver, and it uses 357. So cosmically, in the cosmic scales of things, with 223 being deleted completely, but everything that would have shot 223 having its caliber changed to now shoot 556 instead, what we need to do instead of like trying to replace the 223 with something, and I'm talking about debug mode here. 5 cartons of ammo have just been deleted from the game. I'm not tolerating that. I'm going to spawn 5 cartons of something for myself, just to, you know, keep things fair. We put a lot of effort into that. I'm not letting that effort go to waste. This is exactly what debug mode is for in my opinion. I'm just looking through to see if, I don't think anything else has changed. Now, unfortunately, I don't actually remember exactly how much 223 I had at West Point. I had at least 2 cartons, I think. And there's no way to know now. It's too late to... you know what? I'm going to take a quick look at my footage. I'm going to take a quick look at my own footage from when I looted Stendos. I think I remember which part that was. This should not take too long. This way I know if I'm going to pop open debug mode for a minute, I know what to spawn in, and then I can pop right back out. It would have been part... that's Echo Creek. Everything at Echo Creek was brought with us. It would be relatively recent. That is Muldraw right there. West Point would be after Muldraw. Here it is. This is where we started in West Point. Part 33. And it would probably be near the end if we made it to Stendos in this one. In the middle of the kitchen. Snake Eyes here. See, these are low enough that I feel like I can put it back on again all the time. Okay, I don't think we made it to Stendos this one. In that case, we're taking a quick look at 34 here. It's not about, but Gigamart. Call it it's all so tiresome. Yeah, it is. The Reckoning. Oh. That's a storage facility. Come on now, when did I hit Stendos? But we are also... I actually can't remember exactly when I hit Stendos. Oh, right. I had been putting off Stendos because of I needed to do a bombing. Right, now I remember. So, alright, that's good enough. We actually cleared the path for both Gigamart and Stendos with this bombing here. So now I remember. We hit the Gigamart before Stendos because they're both basically pulling from the same defensive group of zombies. And then we had to go back to Riverside. Then we went all the way back to West Point. Is that when we hit Stendos? No, I think we hit Stendos first. Stendos is surprisingly fast. Once you've gotten... Yes, okay. So here it is, here it is. Stendos was... There it is, 2 cartons of 223. Yeah, that didn't take too long. So, that means we had stockpiled across the map a total of 7 cartons of 223. So the cosmic thing to do, because one ammo type has been deleted and another ammo type has been added, the cosmic thing to do actually is to convert, or to replace what I would have had 223, is to replace it with 357. Because as far as I understand it, ammo generally has all the same chances of spawning in an ammo crate. I don't think there's weights on that. I could be wrong, but it doesn't feel like there is. I mean, I'm just looking at these numbers here. Now, it may be slightly weighted towards more of the ones that only give you 20 bullets to a box, because we have about twice as much as those. Meanwhile, we've got about 4 and 5 of each type, except for 9mm and shotgun, which come from more sources. You can find those in other places. Okay, so yeah, we've decided we're going to go into debug mode briefly, spawn in 7 cartons of 357, and that's it. That's all we need to do. Right? Do I want to take a look at vehicles? I did hit Stendos, yes. In fact, this is, the time code was 4 hours, 35 minutes. That is me unloading my haul from Stendos into the crates here at my cache at West Point. So that is, we verified that. I wanted to get the correct number. Right. Let me get to grab something to eat real quick. Now, opening debug mode is fraught with annoyance for me. There has been a glitch for a very long time where opening debug mode resets your fitness experience. And that was removed, and then I think it was added back. So right now, our strength experience is 723.17, and our fitness experience is 23967. I'm screenshotting both of those because it is a possibility that those will both get reset, or one of the two, maybe both, will get reset for no fucking reason at all, just by opening debug mode. Yeah, that happens. Yeah. Yeah, we had to do that once already. But now we know exactly how much XP to add back. No loose batteries back here. But we still got our boxes, that's cool. Okay, yeah, I don't have anything else I wanted to do in prep before we open debug mode. I just want to... I am considering screwing around for not a very long period of time to see if I can actually get trunks to update properly. Now that they're supposed to be fixed. Okay. So, we quit the desktop. I believe... I'm going to check our save folder really quick. I think our save will have automatically backed itself up with the conversion process. Which it did. See this right here? This right here where it says the save name _ backup, created at 10:20 a.m. Or is that when it was created? Date created. 10:20 a.m. That feels a little early. That feels a little early. Whatever. That is wait, no, that's okay, it's talking. So here's what it is. It's showing me the date created for when we started the save, or something like that. Anyway, I'm Control Xing this, and I'm going to put it in my backups. PZ, sorry, going up to backups. We're just moving the backup that was created for this. We're going to call this 36.5, because we're half of the way through to 37. Okay, so Zomboid saves. Basically what's going to happen is, if for some reason, if going into debug mode breaks our save, I don't think it would, but if it did, that would be, we'll restore that particular backup. So, how to go to debug mode, go to your Steam, go to the game, go to settings wheel here, launch option dash debug. We got our screenshots right there in case our fitness and or strength get messed up. All right. Quick peek at my experience here. Fitness has not changed. Strength has not changed. That might not hold true. We're going to check it again before we leave. So the first thing, because it's right in front of me, I'm going to go to debug mode here. I've never done vehicle editor before. I don't think this is... No, this is editing the model. How do I exit this? There it is. Now, this is set script. I feel like this, clicking on set script might actually replace it. Like it would replace the vehicle with something else. That actually might fix the problem, but I'm worried about that. It might actually harm, or it might, delete things that are in the vehicle or something. I know this game too well to want to just do that arbitrarily. If I was going to do that, I would do it to one of these vehicles out here that has nothing in it. We should use one of these as a guinea pig. Yeah, this thing has got nothing but leftover grass cuttings and maybe a scythe. Yeah, I'm just going to take the scythe out, and then this is our guinea pig. So this one has a fully repaired trunk that should be, well, it's 128 right now. It should be higher. But let's take a quick look at the menu and see what... Okay, so opening the vehicle mechanics sheet here doesn't let us do anything. So here is what we're going to try. Pickup van, where's pickup van spiffo? Is that an option? What's this one supposed to be called? Van spiffo, right? Van spiffo. So I'm clicking sets. Oh, you know what? We want to find out if it will affect the loot that's in it. So we're going to put the grass cuttings back into the trunk. And then we're going to try the set script. We're going to set it... Basically what this set script does, what I think it does, it's going to set it to change what the vehicle is. So I'm going to change what the vehicle is to what the vehicle already is. And maybe that will replace the one from our previous save with one from the new mechanics. So that's the goal right here. We're going to go to... back down here to Van Spiffo and click the button and see what happens. Okay, so it gave us a perfect one. Okay, so it gave us a perfect one, and it repaired everything to 100%. So it fixes the problem, but it's a little jacked. I don't suppose I can manually edit some of these numbers back down. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would be perfectly okay with having a 100% everything. But I don't want to exploit this. I want to do things fair here. I just wish we could, have a right-click menu to just manually edit some of this stuff. Now, that being said, our primary ambulance, you can edit. Do you know the menu off the top of your head? Is it in, a vehicle editor? I thought this one is just, my ugly face is in the way here. Yeah, I feel like this is not it, but I also feel like... Yeah, let me just get this stupid thing off the screen here. Okay, yeah, you guys can still hear me. So we're just taking a look at attachments, maybe? No. Parts. No, that just shows... This is all just visual stuff. Okay, so that's not... Yeah, this is all just for editing the actual, like, you know, the actual, like, if I was a modder making new vehicles, I would use this. So let me get my feeds back up so that YouTube likes it better when you have your ugly face on screen. Set transparency. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna look around just a little longer for this. Vehicle blood UI, vehicle HSV and scan, vehicle angles. Check the top mid drop down. Top mid, so parts? Oh, top mid. Well, no, that just lets you select, this just lets you select different vehicles. This doesn't apply to anything specific to this vehicle. Yeah, I don't think this is it. If it is, I'm not seeing it. Pops the menu like the right-click debug, and you can set that. Oh, maybe that was, maybe I was looking in the wrong place. Okay, so debug. No, this is not specific to the vehicle right there. So menu like the, I think I know what you mean, but yeah, we would have to go somewhere specific for that. Once again, I think my ugly face might be in the way here. Let me get that. I'll just pull that down for now. We'll turn it back on after we're out of debug mode. Not under there. Now, the entities, it's only talking about vehicle, or I'm sorry, about buildings. The parts UI. So, you mean like in here? And then under... See, anywhere I right-click in here, it just lets me turn true or false on whether it's mechanics cheat is enabled. And I think that just makes it... See, clicking on part info, that's there for the mouse over. So parts menu is open. Angles UI, that's not it. What is road trip UI? I don't even know what that is. Oh, that's probably something they're working on for NPCs, if I didn't know better. Blood UI. You can put blood on it, that's cool. I don't really care about that. HSV and skin. So, that would be, we could change the color of a vehicle. That would be cool. But I don't care about that right now. Let's take a look, man. You know what? Let's take a look at cheats. mechanics cheat mode. Maybe that's it. Let's try turning on mechanics cheat mode and try opening this up. Yes, okay. So we can cheat set part condition. Okay, so we're on to something here. Let's use a different guinea pig. This is just yet another spiff van. I don't really care about it. It's got a lot of stuff in the trunk. I think we've confirmed that trunks are unaffected. The contents of trunks are unaffected. Actually, we're going to go ahead and use this fire truck as a guinea pig now, because there's not that much important stuff in the trunk. It's just some. So what I'm going to do is try clicking the set part condition button here. I'm just going to set this to 100. Okay, that doesn't change anything. So the problem that we're running into here is that the trunk part itself needs to be somehow removed and replaced. And can we do that specifically? I mean, the item does exist. Like, the item actually does exist, but I clicked the cheat to repair the part, nothing happened. So what we could do right now is we could do the script conversion, which would set everything to 100 and then set the numbers back down ourselves. We could do that. I think I'm going to do that from my main ambulance. Hey Richard, we just updated the 42.14, and we are dealing with a few things in debug mode after the fact. One of the most important things is actually, I'm going to do this now, before I forget about it, is they removed 223 as an ammo type, and they added a new ammo type, 357. And then they rotated which guns use what. So, in the cosmic scale of things, 223 being removed is the only thing I care about in debug mode right now. So what I'm going to do is take this empty box that should have 5 cartons of 223 in it, and I'm just going to open up the items list here, and I'm going to do a search for 357, and bullets 357 carton. That's what this is right here. We are going to add 5 to our inventory. Actually, no, we're going to add 7, because I pulled up my other stream here where this is what we had. We had 2 cartons of 223 at West Point. I don't remember where and how many loose boxes I had. It was not very many. So we're going to just eat that loss, and we're going to put 7 cartons of 357 in here. So on the cosmic scale of things here, we have as many cartons as we used to. We've just changed the 223 cartons that we would have had here in West Point into cartons of 357. So it's fair now. I lost my character. Hang on, that was F3. Right, F3 is not just a speed-changing key here. They also nerfed caffeine. So I can't just take caffeine to deal with the fact that I haven't slept. I would prefer not to sleep while I'm in debug mode. For some reason, I feel like that's going to fuck something up. And I don't even know why I feel that way. I just feel that way. But the most important thing that I was trying to do in debug mode, that I was screwing around with in debug mode, is vehicle trunks have been quote-unquote fixed, but they have not been... vehicle trunks have not been, what's the word? Vehicle trunks and existing saves have not been fixed. It's only for new saves. So what we're going to do is I have already identified a fix, or like a way to fix it, but it just resets everything on the vehicle to 100%. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick screenshot of the stats of our ambulance. We're going to fix the ambulance itself, and then we are going to set the stuff that should be what it is to what it is manually. There we go. And I'm going to make that stay on top. Perfect. And now, so here goes nothing. We're going to right click on this vehicle and hit set script to van ambulance. So that made it 100% everything. We are now going to set the numbers back down to what they should be. You know what? Since fuck it. I'm going to leave the glove box at 100% because that doesn't do anything. Yeah. This is going to be my reward for tolerating this bullshit. We have, boys, we did it. We repaired our glove box. I think I lost chat. Chat is no longer on screen. Give me a second. I'll get that fixed. PZ frames broke it. Okay, we're good. So yeah, the next is the gas tank is 99. I hate being this meticulous, but actually, can I pause it while I'm doing this? Yeah, I can probably pause it while I'm doing this. Battery. I thought no, I can't pause it while I'm doing this. Okay. Our girl's just gonna have to stay up really late. She's having a fever dream right now. Nora got to have I'm sorry, Annie got to have a fever dream about pianos. Nora gets to have a fever dream about, shit. It also set, okay, so what should have been performance is now regular. Okay, you know what? I don't really care about all this stuff down here. What the game just did is it replaced it with a random vehicle with 100% everything. So instead of performance tires, we have regular tires now. So yeah, I'm not gonna get too upset about the rest of these numbers. Seeing as the replacement process, what we just did, cost us. Wait, engine should be 100. What happened there? Yeah, engine was 100. It should still be at 100. Not sure what I did there. Yeah, I'm just gonna be okay with this because honestly, these are all wear parts. Okay. Yeah, they're 100%. They won't be for forever, but just make sure everything is where it should be here, and it looks like it is. Nothing changed with my field kit. So our ambulance is back to 100. I'm gonna do it for just a couple of other vehicles here. What is I don't even remember what the trailer's internal name is. It's trailer cover is the name. You know what? I don't think this actually changes anything. No, I think 130 is actually what it should be for trailers. I'm just gonna make sure. So that means we have to go all the way down to the T's here. Trailer cover. Yeah, 130 is what it's supposed to be. Okay. Everything that was in there was already 100, so we didn't really change anything. It was like 98%, whatever. I don't think anybody cares about that. Oh, yeah, remove your parts before you do it. I suppose we do that. That would be a lot of work, though. To be entirely honest, I don't really care about most of the vehicles in this lot. Some of them are just here to look pretty. There are 2 step vans in my lot here that I actually care about their storage space. Actually, there's really only one. The Plonky Mobile is supposed to be my logging vehicle. I will go ahead and... I mean, it's already got some really good parts on it. Yeah, this was the only other one that I'm going to mess with. Everything else, we'll just tolerate it. But I was supposed to find the name of it is stepvan_plonkies. So we go to vehicle, go to set script, scroll down to stepvan_plonkies. Boom. Okay. Yeah, I saw that said. I'm not really worried about him right now. I want to get out of debug mode ASAP here. And I think we're done here. We're done in debug mode. We've got the ammo changed. We've got the, just a couple of the vehicles fixed. But most importantly, we got a framework. I did confirm, by doing this, I have confirmed that new vehicles that spawn in will have the correct trunk sizes. So when we go to Louisville and we start seeing new vehicles, that'll be great. Otherwise, yeah. Let's go ahead and, I'm going to turn the vehicle cheats off, because some cheats might actually stay on if you turn debug mode off, so remember that. And then last thing is we're going to check our fitness XP is unchanged, strength XP is unchanged. Thank goodness. There's a small... Okay, Alright. So, while we're in debug mode, I'm supposed to have 150% experience bonus to strength because that is... I'm supposed to have both fitness and strength because those are the traits I selected. Those are really important. I want to see really quick if I can make it so that the game actually gives me that bonus. Doing this, what I'm about to do, is probably going to make my, is probably going to break my experience. But that's okay, we know what to set it back to if it breaks. So it was going to be, health panel cheat. No, actually, it wasn't even in the cheat menu. I think it was under, body? It might have been not under body. Actually, knowing my stats is interesting. What are my proteins? Yeah, I should have known this. I've never had a stat bar on this character, so seeing my proteins be nuked into orbit is not surprising. That's not surprising, sadly. I didn't even know fitness would show up in here, actually. Because strength doesn't show up in here. Fascinating. Anyway, we are in the wrong screen, though. Player stats, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. So opening this menu might have fucked us up. Let's look at... No, fitness is... Okay, so here it is, boost. Boost is supposed to not be 50%. Can we actually change that? No, it doesn't look like there's nothing. I'm clicking all over the place here. We can change the level, we can change the XP. We can't actually change the bonus. Let me try, I'm going to remove athletic and strong and then re-add them. We're going to try that. Now this, I would expect this to actually mess up our level, but we know the numbers, so just going to remove strong, remove athletic, and then add trait. A is athletic. Add trait. The S's here. Okay, and then taking another look down here. No. I don't understand it. So that means that the trait was never the problem to begin with. These boosts might be defined on character creation. We could probably fix it if we went deep into the Lua. I can pause it while I'm doing this, and I should, because there's no need to be passing time while we're doing this. I'm going to just try a couple things in the console. I'm not going to allocate more than 5 minutes to this. So at 12:40 p.m., if I have not figured it out, we will do something else. We will resume playing normally. Sandbox settings mod. I'm sure there's a mod for that. But we are going to go to get player. And I'm going to log it so that I can open the players. One of the problems is I feel like we might have done this before. So we're looking right now at the player object. This is ISO player. And I'm looking for, I think there's a class for experience bonuses. Like, I think it's its own little class structure here. Might be an array. Unfortunately, I cannot search these, so we are just scrolling. There is set player stats. That's a string. A byte buffer string. That's not what we're looking for. Create player stats. I feel like that's... well, that I feel like that might do a lot more harm than good. I think we're in methods now instead of variables. No, it's all over the place. This is the Lua debug menu is all over the place. It doesn't sort things by oh, there is a filter. What am I doing? Just do the word stat in the filter. So that pulls up states, calculate stats, update stats, sleeping, statuses. Let's try XP. No. Let's try... I mean, level? No. Malt? No. It looks like, yeah. For starting a new save, it would probably be a great. It would probably be a great thing. Let's try. Let's just do the word get. Look, scroll through our gets here. See, get fit. There is get fitness right here. This is not what we're looking for. I feel like this is not what we're looking for. Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. In fact, I think that's outmoded. Oh, the username is it's no longer Bob. Okay, that's cool. Oh no, there it is. There it is. Display name is set to Bob. That's one of those things that doesn't get changed. It's just I don't think the game ever writes it. Fun to know that internally all of our characters are named Bob. Oh, skills? Not nutrition. I know it's not nutrition. Strong trait, max weight delta. Right, that is the this changes, but that shouldn't. I don't understand why that's player specific. So that's not it. Just doing a search for list now to see if that is speak, and it's spelled Speek. I feel like that's a slur in a foreign language. See, this is going to be my only chance to do this because I'm not going to be going into debug mode again for a long time, hopefully. See, what bugs me is that I could have swore it's just a class is added to the player object, which is that's what this is. This is the player object right here. At least that's what a sensible video game would do. This is not a very sensible video game. Hours survived, 9,958. We are just about to 10,000 hours survived on a in-game hours. In-game hours. That's a neat little stat. It translates that into days and months on the UI, so we don't actually see that normally. That banned attacking. We can ban somebody from attacking. That's very interesting. Don't know if I would ever want to do that in multiplayer. You are banned from attacking. Set fitness speed? What? Well, all I did was... Oh, that was a method. I shouldn't have clicked on that. Let's make sure that didn't do anything. No, that didn't do anything. I told myself that I would stop this after a certain point. I hate how little self-control I have sometimes. I don't think the global Lua would have been updated. This is literally on the dev's website. It's reference from modders, but this might actually give us more than what we see, or at least a better list, seeing as we don't have a can modify player stats. See, that wasn't in there. I remember not seeing that. I think some of these are only visible in multiplayer. Oh, wait a minute. This is the Lua menu. This is not the player. Okay. Interesting. Basically, these are just Lua commands that you can straight up type. And I don't know if that is going to help us right now. Usually I just type get player as a starting point. Get statistics. What does that return? That returns a player. Or, I'm sorry, that returns a array. It returns a Kalua table. That just threw an error. The player scoreboard. I didn't know there was a scoreboard in this game. That just shows I haven't done enough multiplayer in a very long time. I probably didn't use that right. It's a bull. That's supposed to be triggered on supposed to be triggered on global, isn't it? Right, because get player. Well, there's get player info. That's the last thing I'm going to try here. Get player info. And we have to call that on a specific object, so let's call that on get player. Well, now I have to log it because that actually worked, but it didn't do anything. That should provide this right here. That is a table. Is that what that is? No, that's the log. Oh, here's the table, right? Okay. So here's player info. That's not what I'm looking for. This is just my X and my Y and my path and my target, whatever. So that was not what we're looking for, but learned something today. I would, I don't know. I do not know. I'm not saying no. I'm just, that is, you see, again, let me, if anybody's not familiar, if I click on my discontinued tab here, we'll see that I have 2,200 hours in Ark. I'm very, very, very familiar with how people can still fuck with you even if PvP is turned off. Survival crafting games and multiplayer is a very difficult thing to do, right? Debug Lua table. I don't think that's not going to get me anything player specific. Perk info. Okay, okay. I was making the mistake of forgetting that there is traits and then there's perks. Um, we. What if I search perk in here? No, okay, that gets me nothing. Because we don't see everything in the Lua menu for some reason, and that bothers me. Well, that also only gives us level. Ah, here it is. IsoGameCharacter.xp multiplier. But I don't know if this is. Yeah, see, it's almost as if we just don't have everything that is listed. Or I'm looking. Or wait a minute, hang on. No, capitalization not sensitive. Jin's Milsa. Yeah, no, absolutely. I would love some backup when clearing a place like the mall. Like I said, I have not ruled it out. Definitely not ruled it out. But now that we know what we're looking for. We're looking for XP multiplier. I just don't know how to get it. And I don't think it's gonna. I mean, I already said this once, but I don't think it's gonna be worth it to sit here and bash my head against it for 20 minutes when I've already been at this for about 20 minutes. I do actually want to play the game, and I know there's folks who want to see me play the game, probably more so than they want to see me trawling through the code. So I definitely want to shift gears here. I keep feeling like I'm one or two steps away from finding what I need to do. I hate that feeling. Sometimes I feel like I'm perpetually in that state of mind where I'm like, oh yeah, just a moment away, from fixing what I'm working on. Nested class interfaces inherited from IsoGame character. So here it is, XP multiplier. should be inherited from game character as an object, but I don't see any methods anywhere that tell me how to get it. If I just do a search for the word XP on the actual web page where all the class diagrams are shown, it's not in here. Oh, okay. I've said this before, but this makes sense. What we're looking at right now, what we have open right here is the player object, not the character object. In the class hierarchy, there's a living character, there's a game character, and then there's a player character. That's kind of how the class structure breaks down here. But we also might be looking at outdated stuff here too. For example, if I go to get XP, that's some of this is deprecated, some of it's not. There used to be like a character level, I think, like an actual, like, not just skills, but characters themselves. I think that's something from a very long time ago that just hasn't been gotten rid of. Let's try the word perk down here. Perk list. Get perk list. So we're not seeing it in the list, or we're not seeing it in the command list, but I think we can still run this on the player character. Get perk. We're gonna do get player get perk list. Look at that. There's our perk list. I don't know what any of this shit is because obviously it doesn't write the name of the perk. We've got 32 perks. One of these is our fitness and one of them is our strength. Oi. Okay. Yeah, we just gotta go back and forth. Sneak. That's not it. Fishing. Maintenance. Carving. Strength. There it is. Oh, come on now. All it gives us is an int for the level and then the name. Oh, God bless America. We have to find a separate class. I keep forgetting XP and perks are a completely separate class. If you guys thought that this game felt like it's very disorganized from a programming standpoint, yes. Chad, yes. Chad, yes. I'm sure this makes sense to the devs. I'm sure it makes sense to Lemmy and to Lemmy and Nasco. I'm sure it makes sense to them because they wrote it. But this is why it's so hard to bring new people on board to help them build the game. You guys are seeing it in real time while the game basically just has two devs who are kind of trying to get more people on board. But man, getting those people on board to the point where they can meaningfully contribute to this nonsense. Good luck. Good luck. How about, is it get perk info? Is that separate from? Because I think that gets us that gets us the perk factory. So wait, does that mean that if okay, so we've at least identified the array numbers. So array index 1 and 2 is fitness and strength. Okay, we've identified that much. So if I X out of here, get perk list is an array. So if I add index 1 to this, that should take me straight to strength. But it doesn't, because I'm probably not doing that right. Whoa, Richard, I missed that. Oh, yes. Okay, that's good. I'm still going to get mad when it happens, but okay. I'm glad that the devs did something about that. I'm glad they did something about that. Maybe I got to encircle in parentheses here. Hang on. No, I don't think that's going to do the trick. I don't think I'm incorrect about the... Yeah, there's no... Oh, that might be it. So I was just doing it wrong. We're not supposed to use hard brackets there. Yes. Yes, okay. So I have a command that will get this line that I just wrote here. Get player, get perk list, get one. This returns the strength stat for our player. I don't know if we can turn around and use that for this, but now if I do get perk info, is that what I'm looking for here? Because I think that returns a perk factory.perk. No. Or I don't think so. No, I'm probably doing that wrong. Perk factory.perk is... So game character.xp. Ooh. Get multiplier map. But that has to be called on this object, isogamecharacter.xp, which, how do I get that? How do I return this object? Get XP? Like, is it literally just that straightforward? No, tell me it's not that straightforward. I'm okay with it if it is, but that just means that I wasted some time, I think. Yeah, here's our XP info. Okay, there's our XP map, and here's our XP map multiplier. Okay, so XP map multiplier. I might be able to directly edit this. No, this is an object array, so I can't just can't do it the easy way. But we've got a way to get the array as an object. So now get player, get XP, and we just I already forgot. Get hash map, right? Yes. Get multiplier map. All right. But then if this is going to send us a hash map, it's going to be an object array, isn't it? Oh, okay, I see. So it's giving us a all right. It is pottery, doctor, electricity, glassmaking. Is this really the only way to see it? Do I have to do it like this? Do I have to just make it wider and wider? Yeah, it doesn't. There's a limit. It truncates. It truncates. Okay, so there's no easy way to do this. The really funny thing about this is even if I'm successful in everything I want to do right now, all it is just going to make it so that I can grind strength experience. I'm not particularly excited to do that, but I also do want to actually do it. It's part of my character development strategy. It's core to my character development strategy, and it's not fair that I don't have 150 strength experience. Let's try. Let's try print. Why didn't I try this already? Print. Okay, so that printed it, but it doesn't wrap. I hate it when that happens. Why? Why do you not wrap? Give me some word wrapping here. Once again, I can't see farther than glassmaking and then animal husbandry. Do I have to, like, write it to a file? Oh, it does write to a file. It writes to a file by itself. So if I open up a text editor and I go to the logs for our current session, go to Zomboid, go to Oh, console, right there. Open that, just scroll all the way down to the bottom. Boom, there it is. So, fishing is 0, reloading 1, pottery 2, doctor 3, electricity 4, glassmaking 5, husbandry 6. What? What? Oh! Oh! Okay, no, that doesn't make sense. No, that literally makes no sense. Why? Fishing, electricity. I don't even have bonuses in those. Oh. These are for what I've read books in. Okay, we've found the wrong thing. We've found what I've... Everything in this list right here that doesn't have everything that I'm looking for. It's just a list of what I've got experience bonuses in from reading books. Okay, so we're making progress. We're just looking in the wrong... this hash map. When it says multiplier map, that only gives what you're getting book experience from right now. So we're close. We are close. We're unironically close, but we loaded this is probably the wrong thing. Perk boost. I feel like get perk boost is kind of what... No, that's it. Why it would it's returning an int. An int would not provide 150% experience. There is a void called recalc sum. Recalc summary. That's probably called often. That can't be it. There is set perk boost. That's perk factory.perk int level. Oh, okay, hang on a second. Let's try something here. Let's do get multiplier and then just literally type the word strength. I think that might actually be sufficient for perk factory.perk. Or maybe for perk boost because perk.type. So type, if you just put in the name right here, strength, that might be it. So we're gonna try that really quick. Get perk boost. And in quotes, strength. Because that might qualify as a type. That's just a string. Yeah, that just passed it as a string. That pulled up the strength. No, that did not pull up anything specific to strength. Did it? No. If it did, it wouldn't have thrown an error. There's a sum of all experience points that I've gained. 1,277,471. That's a fun number. Why isn't that anywhere else? That's just a fun number. That's just a fun number. That's just skill. That's just all the experience points of all of my skills. That's really funny. That's really funny. That's just a progress. That's just like a progress meter for if you're trying to 100% your character. Let's try it without quotes really quick. Using quotes might have that might have been the trick. Let's log that and see if that pulls it up in the objects. 0 object 0. Wait a minute. No, that's just returning. That returned exactly what we wanted it to. Yeah. If I were to print this, it would just give me a 0, because that's what a perk boost is for strength. So let's look at what something that has a perk boost that shouldn't. Our character build is not supposed to have a perk, an XP boost for aiming. Yeah, we're not supposed to have an XP boost for aiming. But we have a 75% because of the weird dumb shit that happened when 13.0 came out. So instead of strength, I'm going to type aiming. But it says 0. I have 0 for that. So perk boost might not be what we're looking for then. But now I do know that I can type just the name, and that qualifies as a perkfactory.perk type. What about a perkfactory.perk by itself, though? Now that we know that we're not looking for multiplier, the fact that they call it perk instead of trait, but also the fact that it's returning zeros. I should probably make sure that I'm not, well, what if I just type ASDF? Okay. So, it's just returning zero for everything. Okay, so typing a name is not sufficient for perkfactory.perk. How do I get a perkfactory.perk? Do I have to? No, I shouldn't have to assemble it. It should be something that is pulled from a character, isn't it? I mean, there's get name, but I mean, closing class perk factory. Perk factory I thought was ooh, but this is the only field is a perk list. So how do we actually get this then? There is get perk factory perk. Get perk from name. Is that all we have to do? There's nothing in global that calls the perk class. Is there anything? Oh no, there's get perk list. That can be called on the player itself. Okay, I'm an idiot. Get player. Get perk list. Not under XP. This is what we had before. So this doesn't get us the perk. This just gets us perk info, which is a separate class. Perk info is separate from. So yeah, we actually looked at that before. So that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for how to actually pull perk factory that perk. That is I unironically don't know. I don't think I can just straight up call a class from the Lua console. Like, perk because could I just do perk factory dot get perk from name? It wouldn't even be first since it can't. So it would be get perk from name parentheses strength. There's no way that works. Is it? No, that worked. You can call classes straight from the Lua console. I didn't know. I don't know Lua well enough to know that. So, okay. We've got a. This is how we get strength as an object to call. Okay. Sorry, as a yeah, right. So, if we want to get our multiplier for strength, we go back up to what we were doing before under get perk boost. Right? Is it boost? No, that needs type. Park Factory Park type. Oh, no, that's just the name. This is just the name. Sorry, the name that it applies in the code. Okay, so that doesn't matter. It's just this is the, okay. So what we do is instead of trying to type it out there, we actually enclose in parentheses. Call frame. That threw an error. Fuck. Should I not have done it in parentheses? No, that doesn't work. At least I don't think it does. Well, I tried to print it. Let's try to log it. It just returned -1. It just returned -1. I mean, calling that, or sorry, running that by itself seems to work without throwing an error. So why does logging do nothing? It just throws -1 as if I don't have a strength perk. I have a strength perk. I absolutely have a strength perk. Is this a situation where I have to set the variable name by itself? That could be it. Interesting. So, no, -1 was correct. It literally was telling me exactly what I needed to know. So we're getting 0. Okay, I think we're onto something here. Hang on. It's saying that our perk boost for strength is -1, which actually makes sense because in the character menu we saw that we're getting 50% experience rate. So what if I just set the perk boost to 1? Does that make it 100%? I think that would explain everything about why it's an integer instead of Okay. Okay. So here we're going to, since we set str as our strength, that is basically the perk factory.perk for strength. If I make it so that we do set perk boost for str, comma 1. What happens now? Did that do the trick? Holy. I'm sorry that this took so long, everybody. But that did exactly what we wanted it to do. I don't understand why the innate trait-based bonuses for your skills are stored as a fucking integer, and they return -1 for that integer if you have no bonus. But if you set the bonus to 1, it gives you a 75%. So I think we need to set it to 3, and then I should have. That's 125. I thought it was supposed to be 150. I thought that's what that was supposed to be. Okay, so here's a summary of what we just did. I'm not going to take you through the whole journey of how I got here, but what we just did is 42.13.0. When you create a character on that version of the game, everything about your experience bonuses from your traits, everything about that is wrong. We selected athletic and strong as part of our character build, and that gave us 9 out of 10 on strength as in terms of levels, but it did not give us 150% experience gain, which is what I thought we're supposed to get. So I think It's supposed to be 4. No, 4 doesn't do anything, so 3 is the only valid, so 125 is the highest you get. Okay, whatever. I must have misremembered. It's been a long time. So, what that means is, in order to fix the problem with fitness as well, we need to run, we need to get fitness as a variable first. So what I did in order to get strength as a variable, I did str equals perk factory dot get perk from name, strength, end quotes. So we're just going to do fit equals perk factory dot get perk factory from name, fitness. And so now, if I run that same command, get player, get XP, set perk boost, fit, comma 3, fitness should now come at us 125% bonus. Perfect. Okay. Now there are other bonuses that I should not have here. We could go through and clean all those up. And I feel like that would be the responsible thing to do. Because what I would prefer to do right now is just make it so that, I mean, if I'm going to be doing this, then I'm basically making it so that I'm playing the character that I should be. Right, so that just means we're going to have to change aiming. Yeah, aiming is currently 1, aiming needs to be 0. Aim equals perk factory, get perk from name, aiming. Now, one of the reasons they do it this way, I think one of the reasons they do it this way is so that people can use mods to just add new skills and stuff like that. I think that is one of the bonuses here. So I set aim to 0, so I should now no longer have a 75% experience bonus to aim, but I do. So is it supposed to be -1? Okay. Oh, whoops. So it did do that. Aim. I accidentally capitalized the A. Whoops. Okay. Aim aim comma 0. Okay. I now no longer have an experience bonus to aiming. So I'm removing the bonuses that I didn't ask for, and I'm adding the bonuses that I should have. That is the summary of what we're doing right now. I had a bonus in aiming, even though I shouldn't have. Axes. I have a bonus in that, even though I shouldn't. Okay, I'm feeling good about this. This is a lot easier than I thought it would be. Do I really care about removing an experience bonus that I shouldn't have had to glass making? I'm not going to care about the experience, the skills that I've already maxed. I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm just going to set, because remember, we took the goods with the bads when it came to getting a bunch of traits that we weren't supposed to have experience in. But now we're setting things the way they should be. So we'll just make it glass equals perk factory, get perk from name, glass making, set perk boost, glass, comma 0. Perfect. Pottery level 5. I'm sorry, I should not have a 75% to pottery. Pot equals perk factory, get perk from name, pottery. Get player, get XP, set perk, boost, pot, 0. There we go. No longer have a bonus to pottery. Animal care. I'll literally get level 10 next time I milk a cow. That's just the power of having read a book. Butchering, yeah. But equals... And then we set but to 0. Glorious. Now all of the light-footed, nimble, running, sneaking, those all come with bonuses when they shouldn't. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed having bonuses in these, but we're setting things to what they should be now. So, that is LF equals... Actually, let's just make this easier on ourselves. We'll just do a PRK, and then we're just going to change the name and use the same variable. It's fine. Light-footed. This will reduce the amount of work for each one. So that should have fixed light-footed. Light-footed is fixed. Nimble is next. And we don't even have to change the variable name. Perfect. Running is next. Got that fixed. Sneaking is next. We'll just say that that our girl had a bit of a head cold that changed her perspective on life. First aid is still called first aid, is it? I can't remember if this was the one that I was supposed to... Okay, so somewhere in the game systems, it's called... The internal name is doctor instead of first aid. But we just fixed that, so that's fine. The multiplier is still there. The fact that we got any experience at all in first aid is a sad thing to begin with. Fishing... and then trapping are the last two. So we are basically, if I knew how to do this, yeah, we're giving her a bit of a brain scramble. If I knew how to do this, I would have done this as soon as 42.13 came out. But I did not know how to do this, and I was not willing to open debug mode just to figure this out. But since we had already opened debug mode, I figured let's just go for it. If we're gonna fix one thing, let's try to fix everything we can, and that's what we're doing now. So we're almost done. So I apologize for anybody who didn't want to watch this and everybody who's cool with it. We're almost done. Shout outs to both of y'all. So, just fishing. And then trapping was the last one that should not be bonused. Glorious. That did the trick. So we no longer have any bonuses that we shouldn't, except for stuff that's already maxed. I don't care about stuff that's already maxed. It doesn't have any effect right now. So we're not going to waste any more time on that. Oh, wait. Long, blunt, and short blade. I forgot about weapon skills. So, long, blunt... I mean, we've only gotten 23 experience in it, but, yeah, we're setting things right here. Right. One of the things is I forgot what long, blunt's internal name is, but we don't have to go by internal name here. When you put it in quotes like this, the name in quotes like this, when you're getting it from the name, that bypasses the internal name, so I don't have to worry about whatever the fuck long blunt is called in the internal files. It is. I know it's different from long blunt because it's not. It's all one word. Oh, what am I doing? There we go. So that should have fixed long blunt. Long blunt is fixed. Next is short blade. Like I said, I do enjoy getting some of these, but the gravy train is over. All shall be right with the world, and all is now basically all right with the world. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. We are done in debug mode. I am so glad that I figured out how to do that. I'm just going to take a screenshot of my command log right now so that I know how to fix that in the future. Yeah, pretty fun. Let's go ahead and X out, and when we get back out of debug mode, we are going to need to eat and then sleep. We are going to need to sleep twice still, so we're going to be sleeping in today. Nora had one hell of a nightmare and woke up in a bit of a fugue state, but she felt as though things were right with the world for some reason, despite being the last human alive. I'm an idiot. I'm an actual idiot. Annie is going to call me an idiot right now. Or maybe not.
You're an idiot, but I still love you.
I still have that keybind. I haven't updated the voice for Nora yet, which is why I haven't used it. But no, I forgot to take debug mode off. Stand by. Here we go. Remove debug mode. Now launch. Okay. Ugh, fun stuff. feel like I feel like that scene from South Park from Make Love Not War. Of the four of them after they beat the guy, they're sitting in the basement. They're all overweight. They got a level billion characters. So what do we do now? Now? What do you mean? Now we actually play the game. Oh, I miss old South Park. It was good shit. Okay, let's go get our girl some food. Actually, let's make sure these bonuses are what they should be. All of the changes we made have been committed. Good. But yeah, bite to eat. We are out of we're out of meals, but that's okay. One of the great things about kale is you can just straight up eat it, and it is actually a very solid it's a very solid standalone meal. 16 hunger reduction. That's basically a hunger moodle for somebody with heavy eater. Still carrying around the stupid propane tank here. Let's put that away. And sleep number 1 coming right up. Instant nightmare, fantastic. That, well, boy howdy, would it be cool if I could reset my fatigue with some caffeine pills, but they've been nerfed. What do they do now? Huh. I have no idea, to be honest. There's a part of me that wants to see, to actually take some caffeine pills and see what happens. I'm gonna leave my light bulbs over here. You know, I need a new light bulb in the corner. Nightmare. Stress from nightmare. It's gonna be a minute before we can sleep again anyway, so might as well book a book. Boosty. Took care of the stress. So we still need... Oh, can't get back to sleep. Okay, so we're still on cooldown. Try that one more time. There we go. Sleeping up here is actually probably made very slow by all the animals. Now that said, we need to do a third sleep, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to have a cup of coffee, because we need to make coffee anyway. I can sympathize. One of these mugs is not like the other. Yeah, 2 of these mugs are different types. They look the same, but they're not. I absolutely hate it when that happens. I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4 bags of coffee with me. So I need to make a new coffee to put in my backpack. I need to make 1 to drink. And I feel like a couple of spares wouldn't hurt. I've got 4 mugs on me right now. I can only brew 2 with what's on hand, I think. Yeah, if I try to do any more, it will take it from my backpack. What? Oh, requires coffee machine. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I just did a search for the whatchamacallit, the craft. We can search for stuff that can only be made at workstations now. That's very interesting. That is quite indeed very interesting. Damn it, it used the coffee from my backpack first. That's actually really annoying. That's okay. I'll leave behind the partially used ones in the corner there and take the unused one here, because that's what I wanted, is 4 unused box of coffee. So let's random herb our coffee. Basically, I'm just going to stand in front of this box and hit add random herbs until I can't anymore. Because this is my herb box. I grew this stuff, so I'm going to use it. Even if I don't particularly need it at the immediate moment. I grew it, damn it, I'm going to use it. I went through the effort of going out there and harvesting these flowers. Shit. Hang on, I might have to take a call here. I apologize to everybody. Oh no, wait. We might be okay. Let me just take a look and see if. That was from a while ago. Oh wait a minute, that's a 2-1. Okay, yeah, I've got to Where's the other one? Okay. No, I think we might be okay, but no, if I get another call from that, I will have to I'll have to take that. Yeah, we'll be okay for the moment, but TBA. So we've gotten our fatigue problems for the evening taken care of. We're just going to now add a dash of sugar, perhaps. Yeah, just a dash of sugar. Nothing else to do with these sugar cubes. Oh, somebody made it all the way up here? What the hell? Okay. What's up, buddy? You've made it farther, closer to my base than any other zombie. I am proud of you. This is the guy who was out back last night. It was probably the generator that got them up here. Unfortunately, based on its position. I ain't getting no blood on my street. Thank you very much. Get over here. Anybody else like that? See, he was down here trawling around in the parking lot down here. So you guys may have noticed I tried to open the ambulance, and I got a locked door sound. I didn't even try to... Well, no. I did try to get into the ambulance. Oh, no, we're good. That was just the trunk. The trunk was locked. Yeah, we're good. Okay. We are very good. So, another one of the things that I was going to do when I got back here, before I got blindsided by the update, we were considering collapsing the freezers. But we were also considering transporting some of our ammo. It's interesting now, from a balance standpoint. I didn't really mention this earlier. But the change that they just made to guns, to make it so that 5.56 is now shot from from what used to be a 223. What that effectively means is that there are now calibers of ammo that are used. Sorry, what used to be 308 is now 762. 762 is now shot by both a long-distance gun, the MSR 788, and a semi-automatic rifle, which is now the M1A. And the same is now true for 5.56. It is shot by the MSR 700 and the M16. So both of these cartridges now, 5.56 and 7.62, have a long distance bolt action option and a medium distance semi-auto option. That is the new meta that I'm seeing here. 44 Magnum is still split between Magnums and they've changed it to BF pistol. I guess DE pistol was not legally distinct enough for Magnum Research to be okay with that. So instead of DE pistol, it is now BF pistol. Whatever. It's copyright distinction problems. SN38. Nothing really has changed about that, just the name. So at the end of the day, I was going to transport some of this. Possibly almost all of it. Yeah, I am probably going to transport all but one of each ammo type with me. Because remember, we're in Riverside. We don't need ammo in Riverside. And the two places we're going to be expending most of our ammo for our character is either Louisville or the military research facility. So, because of that, we're going in the direction of the military research facility now. So we need to do a ammo transfer. Okay, so we're doing this. What I'm going to do is, I'm not going to think too hard about what to bring right now. I'm just going to bring everything but one of each type of ammo that I have stockpiled here at Riverside. So I'm going to leave, just that I have some of every type here. So that was just the shotgun and the 9 right there. So now for 44 mag. Don't equip primary, please. Just into the bag. So the hang up that existed between Desert Eagle and Magnum is still in effect. I still could not tell you which is the best one to expend your 44 mag ammo with. Although, because I'm going to be doing fighting in close quarters more often than long distance while I'm at the military research facility, at least that's how I feel right now. It's going to be a lot of CQC in there. That means I'm not as concerned about distance shooting, and that is what the Magnum would have excelled at over the DE pistol, or now the BF pistol. The Magnum is going to be better at long distance shooting because you get to have a scope on the Magnum, assuming nothing about that has changed. So a lot of what we're putting in right now is going to be left at West Point. And what isn't left at West Point will be coming with us to the battle for the military research facility. Gotta put this die away. And I actually was supposed to unload some of this, these posters and this badge. Yeah, those are meant to be unloaded. Everything else could stay. Got a flag container here. That is 6 Stars and Stripes flags, or 3 of the long ones. Alright, got the die put away. Just take a couple of these units of kale with us as easy food for now. Lazy, but it works. Nothing has changed in terms of the books we need. And we are... What? So there's 2 read buttons, but one of them says our skill level is too low to read, which is true. The other is just does nothing. Okay. Kind of funny. So we've got some more 12 gauge over here. And we are not going to be able to carry all of our ammo that we want to carry. We're going to run out of room. It is interesting that suddenly we have use for haulers again. Well, it's a little early to make use of that. But we will fill up the ambulance very quickly here. Yeah, we can fit like, we can fit 3 more of these, and then everything else we've got to hand carry. So that's trunk and trailer full. Any optimization I can do there? Possibly. Okay, I was gonna take this sword back and use it as a decoration, but we don't have room for that anymore. What I'm gonna do is when I stop by Muldraw, I will make some more swords for the operations in Irvington. We still have a couple there, but I want to make 2 more. I'm going to make 2 more so that we have more than enough for the military research facility. And when I stop by Muldraw, that will be after we stop by, that'll be after we stop by West Point and unload a lot of this. Not all of it, but I could, yeah. That is, I'm curious to see if anything has changed with towing. Okay, we might actually be able to bring everything. Yeah, okay, so we're only going to be short a little bit of space here. Well, actually, now we are completely full. So, maybe I will reassess some of this, but otherwise we are looking okay. I have checked partially. So actually, the Speedway, we took a look at it within the first couple of weeks. Actually, we did not find we did not find a race car in what we looked through here. We also did not get a chance to break open the garage doors. There were too many zombies. Basically, all this exploration was done foot mobile. Like we had to move real fast to make sure we didn't get overwhelmed. I was mostly just looking for anything that I could grab easily. Unfortunately, I found nothing that I could grab easily. We can also leave the spear behind. Let's just go ahead and drop these 2 cartons here. Don't need that. We don't need that. These they still haven't fixed. They still haven't fixed the encumbrance difference between loaded and unloaded magazines. That's really funny. Yeah, we're definitely not going to be able to bring everything. At least not in the current paradigm. So the only step van that we fixed up with debug mode is this one. And of course, it's locked, because of course it is. I think that must be a default. The only problem is, well, there's no big problems about that. I'm gonna have to leave something behind. Yeah, there's no ands, ifs, buts about it. I have to leave something behind. Check if tire grip is fixed. Yeah, we're gonna find that out actually as soon as we get underway. That's actually everything right there. Now that I've gotten out the redundancies. Okay. Everything in here that's frozen can stay frozen. I'm okay with that, but we need to get the fridge sorted. This seed packet of hemp seeds I'm not going to do anything with. I was thinking about maybe planting them. September is coming up. No, I've got more important things to do. I'm considering something slightly alternative. Okay, I'm gonna leave behind some of these 357 Magnum rounds. Yeah, that's fine. We'll kind of hold on to that and save it for a Louisville trip. I don't have too much of more of a choice if I still want to at least make sure that I get all my perishables out. Rename has been moved to the More menu. That's going to annoy me. Nothing I can do about it, though. Okay, so then I can take this garbage bag full of frozen kale, put it straight into my backpack. But after we do that, we have to get out of here ASAP. So we are ready to mothball operations here. We could probably do that if we go to Stendo's. So that was the lights generator, and over here is the this is the fridge generator. So now the only thing that's on is the freezer generator. We're gonna have to drop something to pick that up, or to refuel it, top it up. Now, if I want to pick this up, I've got to take some crap out of it first. Now I can put that crap back in. Alright, so the generators here at Riverside are topped up. We are going to drive to West Point, and we'll sleep at West Point. Apple. I cannot stand Apple right now. I'm trying to keep an eye on my work phone, and I keep getting stupid notifications from Apple stuff. We are good on gas. We don't need any gas. This is going to be slightly annoying because we're going to run into... Oh, never mind. There, I learned... I remember now. So there's a road that we're going to have to take to get to West Point most efficiently. And, it would be crawling with zombies, but there is it's one of those roads that if you know where to turn, you can take the railroad track instead of that road. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. Having learned what I learned about the vehicles, the fact that no matter what the game says, stuff that's on a save is a fixed object, as it was. So that what I learned from that is that if you want to have like a super vehicle and use some console commands in Lua to change it up. I haven't figured out what those console commands are, and I'm not gonna waste everybody's time on that on stream. But then that would actually give you a route to it wouldn't mess up anything with the base game if you did that. So it would not affect the stability of our save if we wanted to build a super ambulance using console commands. I don't think I would do that. It's a similar line of thought as I actually have a huge block of code that is written that will allow me to do to change the way slots work on your backpack. So your backpack gives you a backpack bottom slot that is basically useless unless you want to carry around a tent and a fucking sleeping bag. Because yeah, we definitely need to have that on our action bar. Yeah, I need a hotkey to get out my sleeping bag. Yes, thanks, Andy Stone. Stupidest thing they've ever added to the game, in my humble opinion. Slots are supposed to be some of the most useful things you'll ever have, and the one you get from certain backpacks, the backpack bottom slot, actually the single most useless slot of them all. But I digest. I came up with a block of Lua code that would alter only existing stuff that exists in the current game state. So it would do nothing to change the save. But I never actually found... I never bothered trying to figure out a way to deploy that because... I don't know. I'm kind of obsessed with the notion of streaming the game almost 100% as the devs see it. Almost 100%. I'll make small compromises here and there. But that would be a rather larger compromise. That is... yes, that is correct, Dark. And the M625 is no longer... The M625 has been renamed to... Patrol Revolver, I think. Hang on, it's yeah, Patrol Revolver. So if you already had an M625, it would now be named Patrol Revolver. And if you there is no ammo conversion for converted saves. if you're converting a save, your 223 ammo is completely deleted, and you don't get any 357 ammo. That's one of the reasons we opened up debug mode earlier. What we did is we just added back the boxes of ammo that were the cartons of ammo that were deleted from us in the form of 357, which is the new caliber that was added. So, look at this. We are very uncomfortable now. This is new, as of the latest build of the game. We are now very uncomfortable because we are driving while being over-encumbered. That, like I said before, that is going to be something that significantly affects me, but I can probably deal with. But it's going to give me all the more reason to need, the fuck was that sound? Yeah. If you remember how many 223 cartons you had, that I think that's a fair thing to do, is to just give yourself... Okay, so we're not taking the railroad tracks yet. We have a few more turns yet. I couldn't remember if this is the turn. So what I'm thinking of is this road right here, Riverside Road, going to these crossroads. It's just full of zombies right here. Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it. I'm one of those people who absolutely cannot stand notifications. And of course, a iPhone, when Apple wants to bother you about something, you don't get to turn them off. Discomfort adding stress? Alright then. I didn't know that. Okay, so they've made discomfort even worse, because discomfort was, I thought it was supposed to add unhappiness. But, alright. Alright. I'm also hearing noises I've never heard before. I can't tell if it's because I'm taking hard turns or if it's because I'm towing the trailer, or both. But yeah, that's interesting. So we've been extremely uncomfortable. It's been building up, and now it's at extreme now. So that's another thing to keep in mind. When you're at extreme discomfort, you will not regenerate stamina anymore. So if we were exerted from combat and we sat down in a vehicle while over encumbered, and we got to extremely uncomfortable, we would not regain any stamina from it. That is, I have opinions in theory, but I'm not going to give those opinions before I just see what this feels like. Really? I heard some of them without being on the tracks, but we'll verify that. About to take a hard turn down here, I think. Or we might have already taken the hard turn that I was thinking of. And this is it, okay. So we're taking the railroad instead of the road, because the road itself is just loaded with zombies, and we don't have our hands are way too full to get out and fight right now. This is new. I don't recall hearing this sound in the past when I was going on railroad tracks. It's kind of fun. It almost sounds like I'm a train. Woo, woo. really funny if this actually damaged our tires. Unfortunately, that would be a realistic thing. Driving on train tracks, yeah. You're gonna fuck your tires up a little bit. Way too many bounces. I don't know. I don't think cars would fit between the tracks. It does, yeah. I have had tires that are close to being flat. I've never actually driven with a flat tire before. I have had tires with small holes in them that were constantly leaking, but I've never actually let them get all the way flat. I usually would get them patched or replaced before that became a problem. So nice. Okay, so we bypassed all the zombies that were on that road there. We'll take a look at the van and see if any problems occurred. Thomas was only following orders. Should I roll down the window? I have no way of picking them up. I'm almost tempted if I had the ability to do so. If I had the ability to pick them up, sure, I would roll down the window and shoot some deer. That would be pretty fun. It's highway hunting without having to damage your windshield. So we've been at extreme discomfort for about 2 hours now, and we don't have any noodles yet, so I'm not going to complain too hard about that. Alright, here's our West Point stash. We're here for multiple reasons, but most importantly, we're here to drop off the ammo that we picked up, and then, right, this empty box right here, this was supposed to be our 223. Now, I'm thinking about redoing my storage crates, because the alphabetical list of ammo types has changed. Wait a minute. What about the garbage bag full of kale and the... Oh. 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 Okay. So, I just lost a bunch of kale then. I'm not going back to Riverside for that. I thought I had it. I made a terrible error. Well, it's alright. I waited for it to bloom, and that was the most important thing. We've got 32 units of kale right here. We'll just have to freeze some of them, and hope for the best on the rest. It's not too late. I could go back to Riverside, but no, I'm not doing that. Six stale watermelons to get rid of here. They added a sound effect for smashing watermelons. Thanks, Andy Stone. It's I would love me a mod that did that made storage management easier. I would love that. I would install one of those in a heartbeat if I didn't have my policy of keeping things as close to vanilla as possible for the testing phase here. "21 stale watermelons on the side of the fridge." So that is, yeah, that's a thing. I have to, like, step away from the other watermelons whenever I collect the seeds, so that it does not accidentally do one of my good watermelons that are still in the freezer. Ah, good. That is, that I could see that. I could see that being a very useful thing. Alright. So, watermelon sacrifices have been made. If I remember right, these double freezers are less energy than the fridge, the double fridge? Yes. So, because of that, I can now go get another one of those. I can go get another popsicle freezer and replace my fridge here entirely with that. And that's what I'm going to do. We're going to go get some freezers. Because the rest of the stuff that's here is going to need to be frozen. Check my car. Oh, do I use a lot of mods? No, I don't. For homie in the chat who just asked, I don't. The only mods that you're seeing right now is the we've changed the color of our gear. I made those on stream here. That's all we did. So we got 130 in the trunks of our vehicular devices here. Nothing new there. Nothing changed about the Corvette. Yeah, unfortunate, but makes sense. So the popsicle freezer that I have here is from the local gas station. Right? Double checking that. Yes. So we stole the freezer from over there. So if I wanted another double freezer, I'd have to go find it. It is past my bedtime. We're going to go ahead and sleep. It got worse. The leftovers problem got worse with this latest update. Wow. Wow. Okay. So the leftover problem that I'm talking about, where you get stupid leftovers because you're cooking level 10 and it doesn't use up everything of an ingredient, it never used to do that for watermelon slices, and now it does. So it literally got worse. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Whatever. I'm not that mad about it. I am a little bit mad about it. It's stupid. I hate it. I actually hate it because now I have to throw out watermelon slices after I've used them. I don't care about a leftover bit of a slice that reduces one hunger. I don't fucking care about that. Just delete it, for God's sake. Just last build, it didn't do that for slices. But now, it's even worse. I was not expecting them to make it worse. My biggest fear was that they just left it untouched, but no, they made it worse. Whatever. I have decreed that pumpkins are twice as useful as watermelons. Watermelons can only be added to salads. Thankfully, they can be regular salads or fruit salads. But what we need to do here is learn the new alphabetical sortage here. So we've got 12G now. That's 12 gauge. So shotguns are actually going to be in the first. Really? Really? Okay. Okay. 44 and 45. Those are still in the correct place. 556 and 38 special. But 762 is now in the wrong spot. So let's put that all on the floor for a moment. So I think 38 special actually belongs in the bottom now. I might have to call somebody back in a minute here. Hang on. We're going to get this sorted out, and then I will take a look and see if I have to do that. What am I up to? I'm up to 6 hours. I might just get things wrapped up when I get back to Arlington if I have to step off for that. Yeah, if things pick up for my work life for today, and I have to start taking calls, I will just go ahead and call things at Irvington when we get back there. Yeah, okay, so 38 special, that goes down to the bottom of the stack now. Followed by 44 Magnum, that is now second in the stack. Followed by 45 Auto, is now third in the stack. Oh, no, I'm wrong. 357 is now in the bottom. Okay, so I just need to move this up one, and then 38 special goes up one. Now, why are we doing this? We're doing it so that we sort our ammo alphabetically, how it would appear in the list. So that means 357 would be at the bottom here. We don't have any 357 here yet. We need to get it out of the trunk. I forgot that I had perishables in my, okay. That's where the kale that I was using came from. Good to know. Now at least I got that in the fridge. It'll take a little time to relearn this. So 357, 38 special, 44 mag, now 45 auto goes to the fourth in the list. This patrol revolver here is going to go into the 357. So after 45 auto is now 556. So we just move all that up by one. And after 556 is going to be 762. Now, I'm still going to put shotgun at the end. So it's going to be alphabetical asterisk. Because putting shotgun where it would be alphabetically in the very beginning, that just would not work for me. Because I need to put overflow. Shotgun is the most likely cartridge to overflow. The shotgun shells, just the cartons full of shotgun shells are really massive. And so I need lots of room to overflow, and I like to overflow into the adjacent boxes. So, yeah, I'm not doing that. Fourth from the bottom is 762 now. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. And that also is where our MSR 788s go. So nothing about 9mm and shotgun has to change. I prefer to have them both on this side anyway. I mean, you know what? Let's just quickly test that. If I put them on the floor, what does the game's alphabetical system think for this? Okay, it thinks that well, okay, those both defy the alphabetical sorting because there's no point, right? There's no 0.9, there's no 0.12. What about if I put this 357 on the grid? Okay, no. So the only defiance I'm doing is 9mm is going before 12 gauge. That's fine. I am okay with that. Yeah, metal crates would just be a stopgap measure for how much we've got here. We've got a lot. We need to sleep. That's really funny. This crate right here is 82.5 out of 78 encumbrance because they increased the storage weight of shotgun cartons. That's kind of funny. So I literally can't take stuff out of that crate unless I don't want to be able to put it back. So I'm just gonna leave it in there. I'm just gonna leave it in there. It's fine. And it is time to sleep again. I'll hold that under advisement. So we're going to need more crates. Yep, we're going to need more crates. And that's not the worst thing in the world. Well, that actually is not the best spot right there. $762, we're going to, well, we have a lot, but they are more lightweight. We are going to be using shotgun at our destination, so I am okay with holding on to some shotgun. Yeah, we will continue holding on to 2 cartons of 12 gauge, maybe more. Actually, yeah, there's 3 in the ambulance right now. I'm going to leave those right where they are. These 2 cartons of 12 gauge will be reserved for Louisville. The checkpoint will definitely eat up quite a few 12 gauge. I don't plan on using 44 Magnum yet. At all. Not yet. I would like to be aiming level 10 before I do that. Yeah. I'm going to kind of miss the niche. There was a bit of a niche to it. Honestly, this 45 ACP can stay. Actually, you know what? 2.5 cartons. That's good. I predict we will be shooting quite a bit of 9mm. So 4 cartons of 9mm. Let's bump that up to 1 more carton of shotgun. Because, I mean, you know, if you think about it, the military research facility, all those staircases, yeah, that's a lot of opportunity for shotgun right there. We'll be seizing those opportunities. And it doesn't hurt to take more than we need, right? If I don't shoot all of this ammo, that's just more ammo to take with us to Louisville later. I'm going to open one of these boxes. I'm pretty sure this is... They nerfed it. They nerfed it. They nerfed it. We used to get 50 rounds to a box for 5.56. We now get 20 rounds to a box. So there is no longer a functional difference between the long rifles, as far as I'm concerned. MSR 700 shoots... So we also... That means we've lost... Yeah, that means we've lost quite a bit of ammo, actually. In a way that I wasn't expecting, because I didn't verify this. I thought that we would not... I didn't think they would change that. If I read those patch notes, it went right over my head. Too late now. I'm not going back into debug mode to fix that. All that means is that we don't have as many rifle shots as I thought. So what I'm bitching about here, what I'm talking about is 5.56 by 45, which used to just be called box of 5.56 rounds. This used to give 50 bullets to a box. It now gives 20. So it is now just as bad as the 7.62. Fucking 20 bullets to a box. Which means every single box, every single carton is half as useful as a one that would give more. Tell me they're not all like that. Hold on. I have to verify this now. Tell me they're not all like this. Okay, thank God some of them are still 50 boxes. Or, I'm sorry, some of them are still boxes of 50 bullets. But basically, 5.56 has been added to the shit list of ammo types. 5.56, 7.62, and 44 mag. Those are the 3 shit boxes, as in you only get 20 per box. Which, I mean, what am I going to do about it? And let's check the 45. Maybe make sure they didn't nerf that. Okay, thank God we're still getting 50 rounds per box of 45 auto. Okay. Shotgun is still... I don't know. What is it? Okay, shotgun is still 25 to a box. That was always the odd the odd count, and I don't really care about that. That's just it's always been that way, so I don't have to relearn anything. So I'm okay with that. I feel morally obligated to try the new type of ammo, 357. I do feel morally obligated to give that a shot. Yeah, it's not, and that's fucking baffling. It was already stupid that you needed a full box of 308 to fill a M14 magazine. Nothing has changed about that. You still need a full box to fill it, and now it's an M1A instead of an M14. But I'm assuming the guns, yeah, the internal name still says M14 clip. But I mean that it. I almost feel like jumping on Steam right now and just typing, that nerf to 556 was unnecessary. Because it was. It really is unnecessary, all this nonsense where they're making it only 20 bullets to a box. But fuck off with that. Just make everything 50 bullets to a box. And then just make the boxes heavier. You don't have to have... whatever. This needs to go in the 44 box right here. Okay, got that sorted. This bowl stays here. I can't be taking that with me. Okay. Put the rest of this away now. Gonna run out of room in our 9mm box, I think. Say that like it's a bad thing. Maybe not. We don't have as much 9mm as I thought. That's in line with my experience, though. I do tend to shoot more 9 than others, especially when I haven't leveled yet. Now, we're, in terms of replacement guns, let us take, I'm just going to take all these. I'm going to take 2 replacement M9s, and I should have, yeah, I do have 1 replacement 1911. We're going to go ahead and take those with us. And everything else can stay as is. We're looking good. Okay. Oh, yes, we want to build a custom base for our assault. For that, I need iron pipes. The iron pipes allocated here are for Louisville. At least 16 are for Louisville. That's so we can get in an established base at Jericho. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 16 to stay here. And just because I have a lot of steel sheath here, I'm just going to take 4 with me. Hey, and you know what? I don't have a barbell and a dumbbell at our destination yet. I'm just going to take those because I can actually use them now, and I will be getting the correct experience bonuses if I do. So I have no qualms taking those. So if I can manage, I would like to have another 10 iron pipes. So we're going to take some of these torches with us. Well, like half. And we're going to weld apart some cars. And take the iron pipes. And maybe the steel rods for windows as well. And I have decided I'm not going to bother with the freezers. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with the freezers. I'm just going to deal with what's in the fridge here. That's 32 encumbrance worth. I can fit all of that in my backpack. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to leave it as is with the fridge. We're going to go refill the generator on the roof. Shut down the lights. And we're out of here. Right. Instead of doing the projected RTV, last checked generators, I'm just going to update that to 828. Let's do 827. 827, that was when we topped off Riverside left. We got down here. Okay. Off we go. So we're going to take the South Road back into Irvington. That's going to be, well, there's no faster way to Irvington from West Point. There never was, never will be. Especially our current position in West Point. I feel like that's getting out of hand. I feel like that's getting out of hand. But I'm carrying perishables. If I get out and start fighting right now and I get into a prolonged fight, some of the perishables are going to be exposed longer than they really need to be. So we are going to stay foot mobile. The only thing we're going to get out for is to weld apart a couple of cars. Because I would like to get a total of 16 iron pipes so that I can make a couple more gates at the custom base we're going to build for the military research facility assault. think that there was a freezer in that gas station, but I must have used it. Okay. Interesting. I was sure that there was a freezer out in front of it, but now I'm questioning what I did with it. Oh, I might have brought it to Irvington. Oops. Speaking of oops. This would be where I get out and get some more. I get the feeling that we were getting close to a full respawn up here. This is annoying. This is close to it. Okay, not a full respawn, but this is enough that if I get out to try to weld apart a few cars, I'm going to be fighting lots of zombies to do it. Something about the... No, I'm not going to base anywhere near the actual military research facility. Okay, maybe close enough. What I'm going to do is I don't know exactly where yet. I'm going to fight through the forest on foot first. And however long that takes, I'll just camp out. And I'm going to keep doing that until I start seeing zombies. And then I'm going to fall back like an entire map cell and then build the custom base I'm talking about. So completely TBA on that. And it might honestly be... whatever the situation is, it might be unique to my map seed, because that's how the zombie heat maps are done. It's done by map seed. So I have no idea what it might be, or at what point it becomes manually influenced. It is, yeah. Well, the guardhouse, that's right in front. Are you talking about something on the dirt road? Because the guardhouse is out in front of the building itself. Unless you're trying to tell me that there's not a billion zombies in the yard out on the ground floor. I don't think I'll be here very long. But I hate carrying around perishables that could be, Actually, everything except this kale I'm gonna freeze. I think a zombie just walked by. It's funny because they can't attack these doors. So I'm actually going to put all that in the freezer. So as always with Muldra, there's going to be a lot of respawns, but I've buttoned the entire place up. So those respawns are just going to impotently walk around outside of my gates, unless they find their way into the south gate here, which it doesn't look like they have, and I can tell because I can see through the gate. That's why I use these wire fences now. What's up, fuck boys? Bring your lumbering ass on over here, would you? That's right. Dying not in my road. Was that it? No, there was more than one. I swear there were two out there. And yet... I mean, alright. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out when we get close, K2. I have never assaulted the place before. I've never even gotten close to it. So I'm just gonna play that by ear as we get further along. Okay, we don't have anybody attacking any of the other entrances. I'm just gonna go ahead and get started with. We wanted to make 2 swords and 2 machetes, I think. That's just an arbitrary number that I came up with, but I think that'll feel good. I think we already have 3 spare swords at our destination. So that'll make a total of... use 1, that'll have 4 backups. Okay, that is better than the... No, I still hate it. I still hate it. It's like, it's more appropriate than the other one, but I still hate it. It's really fucking obnoxious. Like, can you just turn the volume down a little bit? I get that it's realistic for it to be loud. Yes, I know. We're also human beings. We're not trying to get the same hearing damage that an actual blacksmith would have. Thanks. I'm not... The funny thing is, I'm not even one of the guys who has tinnitus. I got a buddy who's got tinnitus. And that would drive him up a fucking wall. He wouldn't want to play this game. Especially since we'd be playing multiplayer. So he would have to fucking hear that without the fast forward. Fuck that. Fuck that. I could never convince him to play multiplayer if he would have to deal with that. Yeah. I'm gonna carve a couple of small handles. I think we're out of them. There we go. Fuck's going on here? Where's my sword blades? Where is my sword blades? I made 2 of the fucking things. Okay, Alright, that's a problem. I just made 2 sword blades, and they're not here. Like... Am I going insane? Did I already put them somewhere? I don't know what's going on here. I know for a fact I just made 2 sword blades. I just went through a long fast forward to do this. Okay. We don't have the sword blades we just built. That's not good. I'm gonna try this one more time, and we're gonna pay attention. God, that is fucking obnoxious. Alright, we're gonna do one more sword blade, and we're gonna see what happens this time. Okay, there we got our sword blade. I don't fucking understand what... Wait a minute. When we made our machetes, we might have used the sword blades as... God damn it. Okay, so the game auto-selected using sword blades to make our machetes. No, it's not putting it back in the crate. We just used the machete... Or, sorry, the sword blades that we made, the fucking game auto-selected the sword blades as materials to make the machetes. I've never seen it do that before. It might be because we ran out of bars. Skill issue. I should have paid closer attention. That has been a problem in the past where something has been... Well, the problem I've had in the past has been that the stupid game was trying to use a sword blade to make a sword blade when there was bars available. So I've never had that problem specific to machetes, but man, that it's stupid. It's actually really stupid. Because that just wasted a lot of charcoal. Yeah, look at that. We're out of charcoal. What a fucking surprise. We're out of charcoal. Or are we? Yeah, we're out of charcoal. Okay. So not only did we waste a shitload of time, we also wasted a shitload of charcoal. Not a surprise after all that. Glad, if anything, I can say that I'm glad that I, glad that I put this stuff in the fridge. Yeah, I should be doing that more vigilantly. I should absolutely be doing that more vigilantly. I normally do too, but well, you make an exception once, and some dumb shit happens. I actually probably still have plenty of, oh yeah, I've got plenty of logs up here. I just gotta take McCoy out. I gotta take McCoy out and just get the charcoal loaded in. Really? I know you can add it to recipes. I didn't know you could straight up cook kale by itself. Well, I'm at the stage of the game where I'm not actually that worried about getting more hunger out of everything I grow. I'm actually just worried about actually using everything I grow before it goes bad. Because that's been a challenge I've never actually succeeded at. We just had a bunch of watermelons go stale. Now, the problem is, I don't know if I could ever justify planting less than 5 of something. Because if I do, if I plant less than 5 of something, that leaves plenty of room for random shit to die. Yeah, that is an optimization that I have no interest in right now. Oh, look at that! There was a Zed over there. I already had a charcoal bag too in the. Hey, okay. You know what? I don't have the patience for this shit right now. Should make sure I didn't leave the ambulance running. I would have done that. Okay, we're good. That is absolutely something I would have done. God damn it. Like, can't you people show up right when I turn the generator on like you're supposed to? Do you have to just chill and then show up when I'm more inconvenienced? Asshole. There's another one. There's another one. There's always another one. Let me at least get my inventory emptied. What's up, other one? And look at that, it's bedtime already. I was just supposed to stop here for a couple of minutes. One does not simply stop in Muldraw for a couple of minutes. Oh, I hear footsteps right outside. Too bad for them that they don't have anything to attack. I'm sure they could figure out how to get all the way around, but it would take them a minute. Only stage 1 fatigue, I can handle this. Hello, guest. I wish we had more options in this game for base defense. 7 Days to Die, as much as I like to complain about that game, they got base construction. Oh, I can't say that with a straight face. There's so many things they could do better, but they're still so much better than this game. Tripwires, motion sensors, things that don't cost power all the time, but... Well, I can't say that with a straight face either. 7 Days is full of things that cost power all the time, but we get solar power in that game, so... No solar power in 1993, apparently. Okay, we've got all the swords we came here for. The guns. I feel like we're okay on guns. I could use another 700, MSR 700, even though it's going to feel shittier to shoot one now. But nothing is going to get rid of that shitty feeling now. Because now it doesn't matter what rifle I'm shooting. If it's a rifle, it's shooting inefficient ammo now. I am... Yeah, it's whatever. But I also didn't bring any ammo, so I don't know why I'm doing this. Yeah, there's no point in doing this. I didn't bring any 5.56 with me. Perhaps you could say that I voted against the likelihood of ever finding a M16. I mean, even if I do now, my interest in the M16 has been very severely reduced. It just feels like another M14 situation. The whole thing, the whole reason I was never touching the M14 again is because it was an inefficient usage of ammo that could have been shot for a much farther distance. Now, I suppose the niche of having an ammo capacity of 30 in one magazine, sure, that niche is always going to be very situationally useful. It's just the number of situations that I'm willing to actually use it in have been severely reduced. It used to be the case that there was no other way to shoot 5.56, so I would never have to feel like I was wasting it. That's not the case anymore. Now every single shot of 5.56 that I shoot is something that could have been shot much farther away, from a much longer distance. Whatever. Those of us who enjoy making our supplies, saving the best for the right situation. Those of us who enjoy that are not having a good time right now. Now, bunch of guys to the south I could shoot. In terms of stuff for my destination, I do want one floodlight. And I don't have any spares. Wait, no, I have a floodlight at Irvington. We're going to take that one with us. When we're done with Irvington, we'll take the floodlight there. And let's just go kill all these guys right now. I accept no visitors at my Muldraw base. Thank you very much. so I don't need to steal any of my floodlights from here. Although I'm considering it. I do have a lot of floodlights here. Not quite as much as Riverside, but... I'm sure there are floodlights in Irvington, but I don't... Nothing comes to mind if I think of floodlights in Irvington. There's probably construction sites somewhere. It's just, I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank on it. Okay. I think we're good for tonight. I'm going to go ahead and... this machete I'm using now. It's 2/3. But we've got plenty of replacements. Now, the thing about machetes is I prefer to use them in close quarters over swords. And we're going to be doing a lot of close quarters combat, so I kind of do feel like I might want to spend the last bit of time here making just one more machete. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I have another machete. Oh no, another machete. I could use another axe, but there should be... there's going to be spare axes at... There's going to be spare axes at our destination. Yeah. We're good. Machetes are something that I cannot reliably find in the field. There are steel bars over here. Okay, I gotta take this. Stand by. Sorry about this, I do have to mute my mic for a minute. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry about that indeed. I was not sure if I was going to be able to get out of that, but sometimes things happen, and the fact that it's a federal holiday isn't good enough for putting off. All right, so I think we're ready to head out. Yeah, we got everything sorted out last night. I was ambiguous as to whether I did want to bring this freezer with us. That was ambiguous. I'm going to take it with me. I would probably be more likely to need it in our destination than here. And I froze all the stuff that I put in the freezer last night, so that will extend its shelf life a little further. I think I can fit the... Yeah, I can fit the freezer back here. We're good. We could have probably found a chest freezer in Irvington if we searched enough basements, but it's never guaranteed. I would prefer to... I'd prefer the more reliable option. Spring one. Room for a... I don't think I do. Thinking about taking one of these generators, because I have finally reached the point where there's not many more places I would need one on this side of the map, at least. Oh, look at that! Yet another guest coming on up. Late to the party, pal. Yeah, I can afford a blue generator, I suppose. Now, I do have a blue generator at, No, you know what? I have 2 yellow generators at Irvington already. That's enough for now. If I don't find another one at Irvington, then that's on me. There's obviously more generators in Irvington. It would just be a question of actually finding them. Alright, so off we go. For those watching in the future, I'll put a comment on the video as to when I get off the phone. Probably wouldn't even hurt to try to edit that out. I've never tried to edit a live stream VOD before, using just the YouTube console controls. Might try to do that. That's a lot less. Yeah. So if anybody watching this just saw an unusually long just jump cut in the system clock, that would be it. 2 red Jennies in the Speedway. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I've not seen them yet, or if I saw them, they went completely over my head. And we were about to drive past another one at this gas station, but that's fine. I do want generally speaking, if there's a gas station in the world that I may drive past in the future, I would like to leave a generator at it. That's just a general rule of thumb for me. We are going to once again go through the crossroads, and there's going to once again be a bunch of zombies to shoot there. This time I think I'm going to wipe them out, because this will not be the last time we need to use the crossroads. Okay, interesting on the ragdoll physics with the gunshots there. Very interesting. That's my first time shooting zombie in the current build. That's gonna get distracting fast. I guess my bullets are just that powerful. I wonder if that happens to all guns or if it's just that one. Yeah, they're going to be distributed all over this forest. Because unfortunately, I took many shortcuts and led many of them into the forest myself. So, if a bunch of them keep coming out of the trees, we did that to ourselves. This is a problem I should have taken care of a long time ago. That's if that happens with the shotgun, and I'm getting multi-kills with it, that's gonna look really funny. We're gonna be back in a Gmod phase. It's always funny when, like, this was not a problem before, so just to see a problem that was never there before get introduced when there weren't even any patch notes as far as I could tell about ragdolls. I take that back. There might have been a few. I didn't pay very much attention to anything that would have mentioned ragdolls. Oh, there were people talking about melee ragdolls. I wonder if the attempts to fix that is what led to this. I think they're taking a dive. Almost as if. Oh yeah, looks like the majority of them kind of ended up over here now. It makes sense. Last couple times I tried to bypass them going from one side to the other. See, this is the most irritating part right here, is that when I don't actually kill them with the first shot, and they do the stupid little jump scare. When I don't kill them and they do the jump scare, then they're like blocking other shots. I feel like changing the shoving bullets into a magazine for every shot is probably not good for the gun in its long-term health. I feel like that is not a good thing. I have no idea. Maybe the receiver is just built for that, and it's not a problem. Me, who's fired very few handguns in his life. I fired a lot more long guns than I have handguns. Yeah, man. I wish I could say that that's not going to happen. But I have no idea. That might happen. Trying to clear this mess is not a very well-advised thing to try. And the food that I brought with me is already thawed. So, yeah, that was faster than I expected. Let's go ahead and get moving. I did want to do... There's a couple of wrecked vehicles at Irvington that we can just take apart. I cleared the major obstruction. I can use the cloverleaf now, or these little exit ramps here. I can use those, and that's good enough for now. Now that the major groups are out of the way, we've done good things here. We can move on with a clean conscience. Oh my god! Oh my god! Stop giving them ideas. Stop, you're making them stronger. That scene from Team 4 Star. Krillin, stop, you're making him stronger. Well, he's literally killing them. Oh, I gotta do a rewatch of that series. It's been too long. There was a time where me and my buddy could just quote half of an episode of TFS. Fantastic series. Free on YouTube, by the way. Team 4 Star Abridged. If you were ever an enjoyer of Dragon Ball Z, you'll definitely enjoy that. The early episodes are a bit weak, but starting with the Namek Saga and going forward, man, it is some of the funniest shit. Which is kind of funny because with regular Dragon Ball Z, the Namek Saga is where it tends to get the most boring. Well, maybe maybe you could use that as your way in. Just keep going with really evil ideas and then just flip the script. You're like, no, I thought we should do this instead. A long march through the institution, except the institution is the Indy Stone. I hate that this discomfort mechanic, when you're just at stage 2 over encumbered, brings you straight to stage 2 uncomfortable. You see, it's this kind of shit where they add these mechanics with no way around it. This would have been the perfect moment. This would have been the perfect moment. The perfect moment. And I'm just doing this without even thinking about it. Because I hate rabbits that much. Didn't want to die? Shouldn't have spawned in the middle of the fucking road. Oh wait, did I drop the thing? Wait, where'd it go? Okay, so I accidentally did the thing that I used to do, where I equip a weapon to get the animal into my inventory. And instead of dropping it, it seems to have despawned it. Or it put it somewhere that I can't see because of the trees. Either way. I didn't even run into them this time. but I don't care. I am so done with rabbits. If I get an opportunity, I'm going to shoot every single one of them. You know, I didn't see that patch note. My mind might have glazed over it. I did see one of our homies came through and mentioned it. I'll believe it when I see it, and I know I'll see it eventually. But I'm not going to touch this perfect ambulance with anything just to fuck with it. Nah, I ain't doing that. There will be times where we run into small animals without intending to. It's a question of when, not if. I kind of regret not using the 1911 because now I've got a uneven 9mm magazine to get rid of. I unironically might just shoot some zombies for no reason, just to get this magazine sorted out. If there's one thing I hate more than not having enough ammo, it's having a half magazine. Whenever I play first-person shooters, I am hitting that reload button every couple of seconds. There is no tomorrow with the way I reload in FPS games. Hey, I've killed fewer animals on my live series here than I have than PETA has. I have a long history with PETA. I made fun of one of their commercials almost 15 years ago. If you look at the earliest videos on my channel, some screams are screams. I was making fun of their "Some Screams Can't Be Heard" ad campaign. Okay, I'm tempted. You know what? I'm going for it. I'm going for it. There's a nice popsicle freezer right here. Popsicle freezer right here. It's stealing it. Wait, I already have one. I already have one. You know what? Better there than here. I don't know if I'll ever come down here other than driving by. If I have an opportunity to grab it, I'm going to grab it. And the... Interesting. This is one of the ones that only weighs 20. It's supposed to weigh 40. But some of them weigh 40 and some of them weigh 20. There's no consistency. I don't care that they weren't in the road. They eventually will be. If I let them live, they'll be in the road eventually. And don't tell anybody about this, because they still haven't fixed it. Killing animals gives you weapon XP. I'm never not going to mention it when it's relevant, but just keep it on the down low. The devs don't need to know about it anytime soon. I'm not saying that you should raise a pen of rabbits and let them breed until there's 150 rabbits in the pen within a 3x3 tile, and then just start swiping at them with Longblade until you level up. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying there's nothing stopping you from doing that. Was that a front or a side? That was... I don't even know what that was. Probably front. Yeah, there's a part of me that's like, are the rabbits that are spawning in the middle of the road, are they protesting my previous torture of rabbits? I don't know who started this vicious cycle of hatred. I really don't. It definitely, I want to say that it wasn't me, but it might have been me. I might have fired the first shot. Well, that's the funny thing about fertilized hens. They don't always seem to lay fertilized eggs, but they definitely do cause a problem. I've already had to do a culling once of chickens at my at my Riverside base. It was not that many, but I could see it getting out of control fast. I might have to do another one. I think, I could be wrong on this, I think when I left a couple of eggs in one of the cow zones, I think they ended up being a breeding pair, like a male and a female hatch there. In which case I actually might come home to one of my cow pens having a bunch of chickens in it. I did not actually have the heart to look before. I have a screenshot that says everything you need to know about that, what I was just describing. It's a little old, but it's gold. If I go to my screenshot history here, I've got a lot. I've taken many screenshots of this game. This one goes way back. This is before Annie's day. This is before Barb the Builder. This is actually one of Annie's previous lives, actually. Like, I think this is 42.7 Annie. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Yeah. This was not the first shot that was fired, but, yeah. This is our bleeding Kansas moment in our current anti-rabbit hatred phase. I would make some dark jokes, but no. That's beneath me. Just like the corpses. See, never forget, the devs created the system that spawns them in the middle of the road long before they ever actually did anything about the fact that they damage players' vehicles as much as zombies do. Rabbits have been spawning in the middle of the road since B42 dropped. And it's taken them well over a year to actually make it so that they don't damage vehicles. That should tell you everything about their priorities. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I don't... No, I can't right now. Oh, look at that. I am now extremely uncomfortable. It's true. It's true. Yep. There's nothing in the patch notes about tobacco. Nothing. Well, actually, there's nothing about agriculture at all in the patch notes, and I find that interesting. I mean, I don't want to say that it's a critical part of the game, because the devs have given us the tools necessary to live without it. Yeah, I don't know what to say about any of that, because someone is still fiddling around with it, right? They're not. It feels like they've got one person who's just occasionally fucking around with agriculture every once in a while. Like the random, seemingly undocumented change to the harvest time for winter crops. I still can't explain that. Because it was not announced, and it happened just randomly. There were no other changes to the agriculture system that coincided with that change. Now, I was saying before that I was probably going to call the stream after getting back to Irvington. That may still be the case, but we're definitely going to get things sorted out here before we call it. Both freezers over here full. Freezers, yes. Fridges, plenty of room in the fridges. I think I will go ahead and deploy that chest freezer. I'm glad I brought that. The appropriate place would most likely be on this side. Yeah, because on the other side we've got 2 fridges. So a fridge and a freezer on this side will be not quite as even, but it will work. Now, do I really need another dead rabbit? Probably. Oh, look at that. We got guests. Of course we do. Why is you go? You're going the wrong way, dude. I'm right here. Chickens are bomb-proof. Fascinating. That is fascinating indeed. I have no idea what to do with that information. That is definitely one of the things of all time to know. Something, that'd be some really powerful feathers. So honestly, some of these pumpkins, I actually do want in the freezer instead of the fridge. These 4 left over can stay in a fridge. See, right now, the only thing I want in fridges are potatoes. Because potatoes, if refrigerated, surprisingly long. These stir fries are what I'll be eating next. Let's go ahead and get them cooked up. They are all ready. Oh god, we went to 92 kilo. I am fat, and I didn't even notice. I hate it when that happens. I get that IRL sometimes, too. My IRL weight actually oscillates, not quite as much as my character's weight, but by a surprising amount. And I hate it when I get fat and I don't even realize it. That's a sad thing. So I was checking to see if I needed to add anything chunky to these stir fries, and that is a negative. We're trying to lose weight now. God, 92 kilo, that's close to fat, like actual fat. Like, yeah, we're at high weight right now, but we could get to, I think there is obese. There's something beyond high weight, I forget. Not dealing with your average high weight anymore, Frieza. I have risen beyond. If only I had cabbage left. I put it all into jars, and those jars have all expired. One of these stir fries is actually going to come out really dry. I don't think there's anything I can do about that.
Okay, so look at this. We've got 6 shells in this shotgun here. But we're only going to be able to reload 5. We've got 6 plus 1 out of 5 shells in our shotgun. That's really funny. Just as I predicted. When I saw that they nerfed shotguns, you can only put 5 in the tube now, so shotguns are 5 plus 1 now. It's whatever, I suppose. And all of the, yeah, it is what it is. Almost done over here. These are basically 15 and 30s. I'm just gonna eat I'm just gonna eat this one right now. Straight up. Oh my god, having to go to a sub menu to rename my... That's... okay. Okay. I get it, Indy Stone. You don't like your right-click menus. You don't have to make them more inconvenient, though. Alright, back in Irvington, and we actually have a little bit of daylight left to work with. That is a pleasant surprise. We also have some zombies to work with. Seems like there was a migration and or respawn. Let's get ahead of all this shit right now and start discharging over here. We actually managed to find these zombies. Before they became a problem. Come on. I do enjoy how far I can see in this direction. This is one of those fields that none of the trees grow in. Oh, I see what's going on. We got this group all the way down here, and some of them are peeling off and following us as we drive by. So, time to kill all these guys. You know what? My 9mm is off kilter too. Let's just... Let's 9mm these guys.
Hey!
So it wasn't just happening because it is 45 ACP. Not just because I'm using a higher caliber firearm, no. It's every firearm. It's every firearm is making them pop. And not the normal kind of pop. This is an unusual pop. It's not popping off, it's popping up. Jump around. Get out your seat and jump around. Jump to get down. Jump, 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 jump. I used to be able to recite that entire song. It's no, never again. My friends would make me do it so they could cringe at me. I didn't understand it at the time. I was very socially inept in my younger years. I'm still, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying about qualifying that by saying it was my younger years. I'm still socially inept. I've just covered a few blind spots is all. There we go. I'm not interested in pulling people from too far out into the bushes here. Irvington. Now that's a mean bush. Alright. We do have some unloading to do. I was going to kind of hope to do that after I get fatigued. But fatigue is any minute now. It's 1600 hours, so I'm no longer safe. and then not fatigued. I'm no longer safe in the not leaving your van running zone either. I'm never safe in that zone. Not safe, never safe. So let's just go ahead and leave stuff that can stay in there for... Yeah, stuff that is I'm going to want to bring forward with me to the next base location can stay in here. There's the fatigue. I had a feeling it was coming. A barbell and dumbbell I might actually want here. But the rope bundle, these steel sheets, the weaponry, and the iron pipes are exclusively for my new base, so yeah. Have I even looked at the Magnum yet, or the new revolver? I don't think I have. Gonna leave the cartons on the floor here. It's pretty easy to load them back up when the time comes. So, the coffee, because those are spares. Not quite ready for another box of 45, I don't think. Yeah, not quite there. Soon. I already had one iron pipe here. That's it, just the one, I think. Lots of broken. Yeah, okay. I did want to bring a few steel rods. Just a few, though. I should have plenty of coffee here still, so I should not need to bring the coffee with me. Now here's something I can do even though I'm tired. This should not be too risky. I'm going to go ahead and take the Corvette, which is my fast towing vehicle, and we're going to try to tow some of those burned wrecks. Or not even burned wrecks, sorry, regular wrecks. We're going to try to tow one of those from the... We'll just tow it down from the gas station. Now, if the gas station is clear, I might just weld it apart there, but the I'm feeling it's not going to be. Metal shop across from the car lot. There's a lot of car lots. I think I'm familiar generally with what you're talking about, but that's not... how close to the gas station is that? I'm not familiar enough with Irvington. Oh, look at that. The corpses up here are finally done. Just in time for the respawns, of course. I'm going to take a risk and try to tow this forwards. Can't wait for that to blow up in my face. Where I found the cassette. Okay. Oh! I know what you're talking about. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, we'll make it to third with this. Will we? Eventually, perhaps. Never did make it to third, all the way back here. Oh well. then. I guess I don't get to find out what's in the trunk. Imagine worrying about locking this thing. Sweet, 3 iron pipes. We're getting there. We are up to 1 gate. It's 8 iron pipes per gate, so that's 1.1, something like that, gates. All the rest of this is going inside. I suppose there's no longer necessarily quite as much of a purpose to having a bag full of engine parts now. It's not like it used to be. I suppose it's still useful because I'm guessing they made it so that you can still pull them out automatically. Steel goes in the top. Top is going to be full soon. In fact, it's full already. The top is full. Let's put more over here then. It's our second bag of steel. Trying to do the socially responsible thing instead of just leaving everything on the floor. That will come back to bite me. It's really eating up all my storage of these iron bands. I could probably move an entire half crate if I just got rid of the iron bands. I was thinking about messing around with the 357 just to see what it feels like. But opening one of those cartons is not that big of a deal. No, what we just got to do is change our standard carry from the 1911 to the patrol revolver. There's a part of me that wants to never shoot this gun. Just make it be the only one on the planet that has six shells in the tube. A relic of a bygone era. Could I only bring one carton of 357? I guess I wasn't willing to risk it that much. Okay, at least, thank God, it is a 50 bullet box. So I suppose, in the cosmic sense, the total bullets in the universe hasn't changed. Wait, no, what am I talking about? Of course it has. Because everything that gave 556 used to give 50, but now it only gives 20. Whatever. I can definitely carry more rounds. We'll just have to see, because I can carry 100. I can carry 100 bullets for this bad boy. So we'll see how this feels for a regular carry. It's a little early for bed. I think I'm going to hit the sack anyway. And now that I've gotten everything sorted out, I'll go ahead and move the trailer. My car wash water is gone. I'll just use my water bottle then. All times to have a drought. Of course it would be now. Okay, I do think I'm gonna wind things down here. We've been at this for about 8.5 hours. That is feeling alright. We're going to... Let's also get our spare weapons now that they have a home. I did still have another machete here. Here I thought I was out. So spare weapons have a home in the trailer now. As a midnight activity, I will go and... Maybe I'll scout out that metal shop, actually. Yeah, that was not a bad idea, K2. I'll probably take a look at that as an overnight task. Okay. A bit early. We're hitting the sack. So on my meta schedule here, I'll be physically capable of streaming tomorrow. I don't know if I will. If nothing else, habitually speaking, I shouldn't stream tomorrow because I won't be able to forever. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays are eventually going to be my in-office day. I don't have my badge situation sorted out yet. That's TBA. But that will... Ooh, look at this! Look at this, boys. We've got taillights now. That's new. I didn't see that in the patch notes. That's nice. That's nice. I like it. I've been waiting my entire life for that. But yeah, I cannot yet work on site, but once I'm able to, that'll be Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. I won't be able to stream. So it probably is better to just get in the habit of not streaming on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. But I also might get incredibly bored. We'll see. Alright, let's go ahead and, hello, fuck you. Feels just the same as any other handgun right now. I imagine the long distance, or the medium range shooting is probably a little worse than the 1911. I predict we'll get a number of them coming our way from this. As we're discharging, and there are respawns. Rip the band-aid off now, keep this road clear. Maybe I should put a kibosh on this. I don't think I want to keep clearing out all of A1 hay here. Did kind of want to actually make it up to the metal workshop. Alright. Good for now. September 1st is tomorrow in game. Somebody tell Green Day to go to sleep so that we can wake them up later. I want to run the generator at the gas station again. Might as well get rid of all these guys. There's an entire car lot here, full of abandoned, full of burnt wrecks. So even though there is a metal workshop, most likely, man, we are flushed with metal. That's a nice thing. God bless it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go after this. I have some more calls I'm gonna have to return. I don't know what it is about federal holiday. Go back to sleep. No, some people work and keep working through the holiday. Hey. No iron pipes from this one. This one's holding out on us. I feel like engine parts are about 10 times as valuable as they used to be, so I will be hoarding them whenever I see them now. I can't wait to experience that in all of its glory. I'll come back to that pile later. Alright, let's see if that metal workshop is warming or if it's accessible. There it is, Metalhead. I never even really looked at the name before. I hear somebody snarling. That snarl could have been upstairs. That sounds more like the other side. Yeah, that's definitely the other side. Spring that trap. Excuse me. Yeah, two of them by the window in there. Metal crates are not what they should be. This one only has 78 storage in it. I will take the light though. Thank you. Oh, that's somebody outside. Hello there. Propane tank, welding rods, carton of screws. And not only did we not find a single iron pipe in here, we also did not find a single iron pipe in the other car we took apart. The game is being very stingy right now. The standalone sink is actually a pretty useful thing for a custom base, because if you get to decide where to build things, then you can optimally set up a kitchen with a freestanding sink in the middle without having to worry about the roof blocking things. I don't actually do that a lot with my own designs for my main bases, because my main bases I prefer to build them so that I can easily do many stories. But in any case, that would be the metalhead shop. In the spirit of keeping these roads clean, we'll be exploring more of North Irvington at the beginning of next stream. I want to say there's about an 80% likelihood of me streaming tomorrow morning. Oh, look at all this. I was just here. I don't like this very much. This is the gas station area, I shouldn't be surprised. Testing the longer range of this is not that bad. It doesn't actually feel that much different from the M625. But it's been a little while since I've used an M625. I'm not going to shoot these guys, but I'm going to kill... Well... I shouldn't be awake right now. I should have already gone to sleep. But the fact that I got fatigued at 5 a.m. is not a good thing. Whatever. I'm just going to go ahead and blitz at home. We can avoid the respawns for now. Easier to kill them when I'm not fatigued. And I don't want to keep shooting throughout the entire duration of this road. Because shit like this happens, right? These guys, that guy right there, he's only there because of the discharge that I did right there in that exact spot. I got exactly what I asked for. It's respawn o'clock. Okay, folks, we did good things here today. Let's get a screenshot while it's still a little bit dark here. That'll show us the night lights. All right. I shall catch you guys in the next one. On the whole, I would say I'm not too mad about 42.14. It's just like every other patch with this game. It's a little bit good, a little bit bad, and a little bit... What the hell, Indy Stone? All right. And again, with the save backup, we had a save backup like halfway through. I think we're gonna be fine. Yeah, we had a save backup halfway through. I think we're fine on that. I'm just gonna rename that from 32 or part 36.5 to part 37 because that is this is part 37. All right, folks, have a good one.